Good morning, everyone. And thank you for joining us today for Calibrate 2026. I would like to call on Madam Evelyn to lead us in the opening prayer.
Please, you are praying. Our Lord and Master Jesus, we thank you for this day. We thank you for bringing all of us together to have this meeting. Father Lord, as we are here, guide our discussions. Grant us wisdom for understanding, and let this conference be beneficial and successful. In the name of Jesus that I pray. Amen.
Thank you. In case anyone here is wondering what Calibrate means, it is Climate Action Leaders in Business, Raising African Talent and Enterprise. I'd like to acknowledge all protocols present, and I'll begin with the institutional partners we have: the Ghana Space and Science Technology Institute, West and Central African Research and Education Network, Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development, and Ghana Domain Name Registry. Calibrate 2026 would not be possible without their input. I'd like to call on the Director for Ghana National Domain Registry to give us a welcome address. Please, do we have any rep from Ghana Space Science and Technology Institute?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So I will stand on the existing protocols and all protocols observed. So I'm happy to be here, and I thank all the organizers for putting such a wonderful program because it's timely. So I'll give a brief opening remarks, and I'll start by saying we live in a very fortunate era. In these times, we have satellites that can give us daily updates of the changes that occur in our various countries. But one will still wonder why still we have some communities still having a lot of like flood, climate disasters with little or let's say zero warnings. And the question is, what are we doing to put a stop to some of these things? I think we all remember the June 3rd incident, 2015, where a lot of lives were lost, properties destroyed. And the question is, if you come to think of it, if we had a strong climate resilience system integrated into the early warning system of our emergency response team, I think lives will have been saved. So on that, we want to take climate issues in the country very serious, and passionately we talk about it, because it shouldn't no more be a talk show. It should be something that we have to put action to it, and we have to be deliberate to it. One thing also is most of the technology that we need to support these activities already exists. The only thing is we just need to be deliberate in our actions. When you look at Africa, we have one of the largest youth population in the world. We have vast agricultural lands, and we also have problems. And it's out of these problems that, as youth, we create innovative solutions to. We have flooding every year. We have food insecurity issues. We have issues with malaria. We have issues with illegal mining. And the thing is, regions that normally goes through some of these problems, we are in a better position to address some of these issues, because I don't think anybody will understand illegal mining's effects on the community more than us. When you talk about malaria and climate, nobody understands it more than us. So that is where we should try and develop real solutions. So I say, out of this conference, we should have climate entrepreneurs, because almost all the issues that we have, the solutions should be developed by us. We don't have to sit and wait for the foreigners to develop these tools for us. Where I sit at the Ghana Space Science, we are always having proposals from these foreigners. We have this app that we've already developed to solve your flood issues, flood vulnerability, agric issues. And I always tell them, we as a space science institution, we have the national space policy developed, and we are implementing it. What we stand for is we are creating the enabling environment for our youth to develop these solutions in-house. We don't want to outsource some of these things, because we understand our problems better. So in conclusion, what I'll say is, at the end of this workshop, I wish new companies will come out of us. We will have lots of partnerships emerging. Then we will rethink and look at these problems as opportunities for us to develop real solutions. So I wish us all a very fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, in case anyone hasn't yet registered, I would kindly ask that you take a few minutes to do so. Thank you. I would call on the acting registrar for the University of Water, Science and Engineering to also share our purpose of gathering today.
Thank you very much, MC. Permitting me to start on the existing protocols. Good morning. Why are we here? You see, we all talk about climate change, and greenhouse gas emissions globally. But let's look at Africa. If you put all the 54 countries together, these countries are responsible for less than 5% of the total global global emissions of the greenhouse gases, less than 5%. But Africa bears the brunt when it comes to climate change. So our continent is vulnerable. And to the extent that you have scholars describing Africa as the most vulnerable continent in the world. But you see, vulnerability is a function of the exposure, the sensitivity, and the adaptive capacity. Now, our continent is exposed to the hazard of climate. Our continent is sensitive to climate hazards, and our adaptive capacity is very low. Therefore, our vulnerability increases. As to whether Africa is the most vulnerable continent in the world or not, the reality is that we are vulnerable. And I see two reasons. The first reason is the location of our continent. You have the equator nearly dividing Africa into two. And then we also have our low adaptive capacity. That further increases our vulnerability. However, if you look at this thing we call climate change, it is not all that evil. There are monumental opportunities that are inherent in climate change, a lot of opportunities. But for Africa, we are unable to harness these opportunities. Therefore, extreme climate events, heavy rainfall becomes a disaster. Floods becomes a disaster. High temperature becomes a hazard because we are unable to harness these opportunities. And that is why Calibrate 2026 comes in to bring in, it is not just about a conference. We want to set a platform where the innovators, the researchers, the scientists, the entrepreneurs will all come together on the same platform like this to network, to collaborate, to work together to see how we can find innovative solutions to this issue about climate change. And that is why I like the phrase used by the person who spoke before me, that we need to be deliberate about climate actions. We need to be deliberate. Climate change will continue to happen. Even if we stop the emission of greenhouse gases, the climate will continue to change and the impacts will continue to be with us. But because we are not adapting, we only welcome the impacts and the opportunities melt into disasters. And that is what we experience in Africa. And that is why we are here, so we can network, we can now form teams to see how we can find innovative solutions to this menace. And this is exactly what the University College of Water Science and Engineering has been doing for the past years. We've been building capacity of communities, we've been building capacity of students, we've been building capacity of teachers and institutions over the past years. And we've been providing opportunities for institutions to come together to network, to find solutions to the problems of climate change. And this is just one of them. So I want to encourage all of us. Let us share our business cards. Let's open up our doors. Let us network. There will be a series of presentations, and we are going to, let's get ready to learn more from our colleagues so that we can really come together and be very intentional in finding solutions to the problem that confront us as a continent. So once more, you are all welcome. Everybody should feel free. Let us interact and leave this conference well informed and more eager to confront the problems that confront our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Indeed, Africa is the solution to its own problems. We'll be receiving a goodwill message from Nana Obrimpon Tokudum the 8th, Asin Asamankese, Asin Apinemenim Paramountcy. Sorry about the pronunciation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. My name is Obenpon Tokudum the 8th. I'm the chief of ASEAN Samankase in ASEAN, which is in the central region. And I'm here today because I've been to a lot of conferences like this, and I see most of the time when you formulate all your plans, you don't include chiefs. But whilst you sit here and come up with plans to protect the environment, we'll be mobilizing with our people and be cutting down the trees. So by the time you are done with the conferences, you've done the galamsey and destroy all the environment. And that will be your punishment for not including us. So I'm here to advocate that beyond what we know chiefs to be, and a week or two ago, a chief shot himself dead at Ayamfre, and I happened to read it, and I was going through the comments, and most of the comments were saying, yeah, chiefs are not necessary. They only come to funerals, that's it. At the end of the day, that's it. And some of us are also known for giving lands out to people to do galamsey to destroy our waters. And most of these allegations are true. And they are all because when you do your conferences and your plans, you don't include the chiefs, you don't consider their limitations, their aspirations, and therefore they are not even aware of your plans. But we are the people who are going to mobilize the people on the ground. And people don't know that this conference is going on. But if I'm able to understand it properly, and if I'm able to communicate it to them, that's the only time we'll be able to implement some of the things we are doing. So beyond selling lands to multiple people to cause fights, beyond giving lands out for galamsey to destroy our waters, which some of my colleagues will continue to do, even if you are with a gun in a helicopter, they'll find a way to hide and do it. I'm here today to demonstrate some of the things my colleagues, especially me, I'm doing, not by getting money from government, but by mobilizing my people with the little resources we have to demonstrate that if you include us in your plans, we'll be key implementing partners. So I have few projects that I'm doing in my community, which I would like to introduce you to. So the first of all is about jobs, the next is about infrastructure, education, and ecotourism. So when I became chief about 6 years ago, before that I was a research scientist at Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. I'm still a research scientist there, and I'm also an entrepreneur, but my field was e-learning, so I have e-learning app on Google Play Store, but I'm not here to talk about that. We had rivers surrounding my community. Meanwhile, we were always waiting for fish from Cape Coast Sea. So I decided, well, why can't we grow our own fish with all the water just flowing around? So I did a few research with my people and realized, okay, we need aqua cages. And I checked the price from China and they said, well, we can't sell anything less than 10. We have to sell at least 10. And the 10 was going to cost me 20,000 US dollars. And you know, Ghana, if you buy something from China, you have to know that by the time it gets to your house, it is at least times 2. So it means we are talking about $40,000. Do I look like somebody with $40,000? No. So what I did was I instead sat down with a youth in my village to see how best we can do this with locally available materials instead of importing from China. So what we did was we gathered wood, we gathered the popular K4 gallons, yellow gallons, and then we were able to build the cages. And as we speak, every month we are getting 2 tons of catfish out. And we have created a lot of employment. Our plan is to increase it to the point that we will also be selling to the other nearby towns and cities. Now, people from Accra come there to buy catfish. So this is one thing I did to create jobs for the youth. So as you can see in the picture, the first one on your left is when we started building, and then afterwards we move it into the dam. And now we have 8 such cages. And each cage can produce 2.5 tons every 3 months. And the other thing we are doing is when I became a chief, they had this old community center on your left. And all they do is to have funerals there. And you hear all the drums and the guns, okay? But I realized the community doesn't have any source of income. And fortunately or unfortunately, we don't have gold, so we are not benefiting from the galamsey. So we have decided that instead of just having this, and when people come to weddings and other programs, they go and sleep hotel. Sometimes they have to drive like 15 minutes to come back. So instead of just using it for funeral, we are deciding to add 2 more levels to have restaurants in there and a hotel. And this becomes income generation source for the whole community. Then the money that will come from this project will then be invested in the children's education. Because I also have a scholarship fund where I support the needy children. Sometimes I give awards just to encourage them, give them tablets, side books, and those things. Just a way of encouraging them to take their education seriously. And most of the money comes from donations. But if the community have their own source of income like this, I think to go a long way to help. And another thing that we also plan to do, my town is just 2.5 kilometers from the heritage site, the slave center, where the slaves. So, but as in people, we were not slaves. We were just a market hosting the slaves. Most of the slaves were coming from Prof. Kabobe's area, and they come, and then we accommodate them and sell them. So that is a heritage center. Every year we have the Emancipation Day, where people from all around the world come there, and every day people come there to visit. But when they come there, all they can do is just go to where the slaves were bathed for the last time. Slaves, when they come from the north, mostly, they bath for the final time before they are sent to Cape Coast Castle. And then there was also a slave market there. So even before you go to Cape Coast, you have an owner. Okay, so the market is where they bought it. But this is now a tourist attraction center. But it doesn't have a lot of experience. People come there, they spend 1 hour and they are gone. So we just being 2 kilometers away, we have a lot of rivers around us. We plan to extend this experience. And we know by extending the experience, we will create jobs in the community so that rural-urban migration will stop. Because we have a lot of rivers there. And as you can see, our rivers are very clean. You can just drink from it. There's no galamsey going on there. So this is one thing we also plan, and we are looking for partners. If you know a partner, or if you yourself you are interested, we can talk later and see how best we can take this forward, so that we can take full advantage of the slave center. Every year we have it 1st August. 1st August is the National Emancipation Day. And when I also became a chief, the olden days, all the area, my place was the only place with post office. Because mostly, people send letters and packages. But when technology advanced and people are no longer sending letters, Ghana Post, they move all their staff from there, and they left the facility to deteriorate. The first picture on your left. So when I became a chief, I realized, we can rebuild it and use it for something else. So that's what I have started. So on the middle is when we started, and on the right is the current stage. And my goal is to give the children innovative education instead of just simple blackboard and white chalk. Otherwise, when they grow, they will not be able to compete with their peers in the cities or those from rich families who goes to these expensive schools. Even though they are all going to government schools, I want them to have the education that a rich kid will have. And before even it is completed, I also donated tablets. I actually donated 120 tablets to the schools, and they use, as you can see, some of the pictures here to enhance their education. But for this project, it is funded through GoFundMe campaign. So if you can take your phone and take a shot, if you donate $50,000 to us, I think in 3 months we'll be able to finish it 100%. So this is the campaign. It's on GoFundMe. I think I will give the actual link for people to type in. So our goal is to raise £33,000, but now we have £9,870. And that's what we have used to move the project from where I pick it to the level that it is right now. So my message to you here today is, whenever you are formulating your activities, chiefs can be great implementing partners. Thank you. So I would like to leave it on a bit, hoping somebody will go there and donate.
Thank you, Nana Obrimpo. I'd like to call on the co-chair for Group on Earth Observations Program Board to also give us a word.
Good morning. Yes, so where do I start? So first I want to say thank you everyone, those joining online from different countries, from China, from India, from parts of Africa. We treasure you. We can't see you online, but I think at the appropriate time we will see you. To everybody who have struggled to find a venue and you are here, we welcome you. We are happy that you've made it. To dear colleagues, senior colleagues who are here, know that the journey we have started today is going to really yield fruits that will change not only Ghana, but Africa at the end of the day. I think the journey we have started is all about we rising up above our challenges. And just as Nana has just mentioned to us, we have a lot of opportunity, and the opportunities are lying in our communities. We can't run away from feeding our communities and using the feeding of our communities by making sure that innovation drives jobs creation. And I think that is why we are here today. Yes, globally we talk about climate, but as we are going to hear from several presenters, climate has been with us. That is why we have seasons ever since this earth was established. It means climate has been with us all these several centuries. We have rainy season, we have dry season. In some countries we have the autumn, the winter, and all the rest. So it means that generally climate has been with us since creation. So we only need to think how to adapt to it. But if you look at the way things are going, one thing I want to say is that just as climate is changing, the world politics have also changed very much. Recently, we have all seen how China, Russia, US have played the game. It is telling us that Africa, we must reposition ourselves well, and that repositioning means we need to move away from our slavery. I want to dwell on that a bit, on our slavery of how we educate ourselves. We have to move away from the fact that we need tools that are developed by our own. I think that is very important. We need the tools that are tailored for our own issues. Because if we don't do that, we can't move forward. I think that is very important for us. So coming from the group on Earth observations, and I'm happy our Ghana Geo principal is here. He's my boss, so standing on his foot. The group on Earth observations strives to just make sure that data is available for us to use for informing decisions. So in today's Calibrate program that we have, every year we are going to have it. This year we are quite a number, but next year I know we will be so many because several partners, as you can see, are on the table. We have the group on Earth observations. We have Esri, West Africa is here with us. We have several universities, all the way from University of Environment and Sustainable Development. They are here with us. And we also have University of Ghana, they will be coming. We have University of Energy and Natural Resources. We have Ho Technical University. We have Hilary Mann University of Development, and I think the name I always lose the name a bit. So quite a number of people are here with us. Now, I think what I want to say is, dear colleagues, dear students, if we leave this world today, what impact are we leaving behind? One thing I've realized is that we will not carry our iPhone Pro, whatever 1000X with us. We will not carry our EVs vehicles with us. We will not carry our houses. We will not carry our wives. We will not carry our children. But what impact are we leaving behind? How can each of us in our little corner make sure that we are passing a certain level of baton to the next person that sits by us? So as we try to calibrate the agenda in meeting, in Ghana we talk about 24-hour economy, which is very important for us. We talk about 1 million coders for the country. I think the government agenda is clear, but how can all of us fit into this agenda? Making sure that, one thing, that food is cheap in Ghana. Can you imagine if food is very cheap in Ghana, everything else will be cheap? Sometimes we think that olive oil should be cheap, but just imagine if food is cheap, that you can buy a plate of rice for just 15 cedi. That is going to change our lives forever. But we don't have that yet. So that is why in this particular forum, which is hosted by the University College of Water Science and Engineering, we are encouraging everyone to take up the opportunity, learn, relearn, adopt, and in each of these learning ground, make sure you are bringing your knowledge to creating something that you can pass to the next person. On that note, I thank each of you for coming, and I look forward to a very insightful, true day interactive program that ensures that at the end of the day we are all happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So to add my voice a bit to the issue of climate change, I, as a student, used to wonder why climate change was so important. Like, people were making a big deal out of it. Until one of my professors, Professor Kaboba, related it to the human body and the temperature that is normal for the human body. If there's a little increase, even just a 1 degree, how we feel uncomfortable, and then we want to just get back to being on the normal level again. And that made me appreciate the fact that climate change is indeed an issue in our world and it needs addressing. I'll be calling on a representative from the Ghana Meteorological Agency who would be giving us a keynote address on the Ghana Climate Atlas.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ignatius Kweku Williams. I'm the Acting Deputy Director General for the Ghana Meteorological Agency, and I'll be presenting today on the Ghana Climate Atlas. The previous speakers have made a lot of points from chieftaincy and its roles. Luckily, I used that road a bit on my way to Asin Fosu, so I'm particularly familiar with Asin Asamankese. And from the speech from Dr. Tando and also from Prof. Kaboba. But everything that we're hoping to do today is centered around climate. And you can only get climate information based on the current weather patterns and observations that are made by the Ghana Meteorological Agency. So we have a critical role to play in this, and data is a key driver of some of these processes. So this is just a brief overview that I'll be giving you on the presentation. And I'd just like to start off a bit with common misconceptions about the Ghana Meteorological Agency. Can you get the video from your end for me? So I'll just pause on a bit for this side.
The weather forecast. Welcome to the weather forecast. It is going to be cloudy and rainy today, so make sure you carry your umbrella.
But yeah, these people, if they say it's going to rain, forget about it, my brother. It's full sunshine rather.
Not the meteor of today, my brother. Now, thanks to the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, the Meteorological Agency has been upgraded.
Hey, really?
Oh, yes. I'm telling you for a fact. Through the effort of the ministry, equipment of the agency has been upgraded, which has resulted in the accurate and reliable collection of weather measurements. In addition, 10 more multifunctional automated weather monitoring stations have been installed and technical staff trained.
Hey, listen. I think it's raining already. That's what I call accurate weather prediction. This one here, them take me by surprise.
We do a little bit more than that, and I use this as a platform to educate the public on what exactly it is that we do. So since our inception, starting operations since 1886 until now, we deliver weather and climate services for the socio-economic development of Ghana, especially when it comes to key areas such as marine and inland waters, for aviation, for research, and for public weather. We expand into a lot of sectors, including agriculture. So if we are to have cheaper food prices, it is dependent on the early weather information that we can provide to farmers. They can plan effectively and they can deliver that information. And the cheaper prices of foodstuffs as well. So as an agency, we move from nowcasting, from short hourly information all the way to what we are doing now into generating climate projections, which I'll be talking about now. This has been made available through the collaboration between the Ghana Meteorological Agency and the Danish Meteorological Institute, and this whole collaboration is facilitated by the Danish Embassy in Ghana. So far we've worked on key areas, with the first of it being the development of the Climate Atlas, where we've also built the competency of a lot of forecasters within our areas. Now, just looking at this particular slide, the global goal is to limit warming to a 1.5 degree. Every additional degree that is added increases the extreme events and risks for the country. And for Ghana, if we exceed this threshold, it means a greater impact on livelihoods, on health infrastructure, on agriculture, and certain key areas within the country. So what is different? Where do we lie? And what do we want to go in the future ahead? Just a couple of months ago, we launched our Meteorological Awareness Month, and part of that, every year we deliver what we call the State of the Climate Report. The State of the Climate Report gives us an indication of the extreme activities that happen within the country. So just looking particularly at the slides that you see now, we recorded the extreme or the highest daytime temperature of 43.2 degrees Celsius in Navrongo on 25th April 2025, and the highest nighttime temperature was around 30.5 degrees Celsius. Over the past month, I had received a lot of calls, particularly from media houses, for people in Accra down south, where we are not reaching these temperatures. And the concern was, it's too hot in Accra. We are experiencing heat waves. But this is the temperature that someone is experiencing at night. So if we can't deal with what we are experiencing right now, I'd advise ourselves, please, let's brace ourselves for what the future holds, because it doesn't look good. If we look at the climatologies or the trends in Ghana, you see a clear trend of increasing temperatures or a record of increasing warmings over the years, and this is expected to continue. Over the last couple of years, 2023, 2024, and then 2025, they've been among the warmest on record in the past 35 years. So should we expect or should we change our habits to be able to reflect this and do something to ensure that we at least, even if we are not increasing, we are maintaining, because we know in this country to go back is an issue. The same is also being recorded when it comes to rainfall. We are having or observing erratic patterns, and in certain cases this always leads to particular disasters. I'll just throw your minds back to some of the events that have happened over the years. I think Prof. Tando mentioned one, which is June 3rd, 2015. Had a lot of issues relating to flood and the subsequent fire disaster that ensued, and not too long ago, October 2023, where we had so much rainfall that we had to spill from the dam, and we all know the havoc that it caused. Over the past weekend and into this week, we experienced some rains. And in Accra, this rains shouldn't have caused so much havoc, but we've already started seeing the news in Accra and in Cape Coast, even as at yesterday, with the few showers that they received yesterday. This all translates to something. Their lives being lost, their properties being lost, their businesses being affected, and it always translates into money. In 2024, we also experienced some dry spells in the north affecting food security. And the amount of money that went into agricultural losses itself was about $1.23 billion, because we could not avert this particular disaster. The same for the June 3rd, the same impact on the dam spillage, and another one if we should keep having recurrent droughts. We keep going to international agencies to source for funding to be able to mitigate some of these events or to do some disaster risk reduction. But what if we invest in early warning to be able to avoid some of these particular effects? So why do we need a climate atlas? Clearly, from all that I've said, we need to be able to know what is going to happen in the future. And we need also to feed into policy when it comes to the national adaptation plans, the nationally determined contributions, and also to support climate changes and plan ahead for the future. If we know in the future that this particular season, we are no longer going to be receiving the amount of rains that we're expecting, we should be able to inform farmers when to plant, and even the type of crops, drought-resistant crops, that they should be able to plant. If I know in this year the rains are going to be for only 60 days, I have no business advising you to plant crops which are going to take 90 days before they mature. And this is how some of these signs should be able to feed policy. In developing the climate atlas, so far we've worked for 3 major climate indicators, which are temperature, rainfall, and sea level rise. And these have been done for different emission scenarios, which are the low, medium, and the high. And then same for the sea level rise. And these have been done for projections for the near term. We are from 2021, we are currently in the near term, all the way to 2040. The medium century scenario is looking at 2041 to 2060, and then we are predicting for the end of century scenario, which is up to 2100. We've used a couple of climate models, and then we've also integrated information that has been collected by the Ghana Meteorological Agency. Now, we'll keep asking, why is this important? At the global scale, you are looking at global models which are giving you 100-kilometer resolution, which means that most of the information around this country is going to be averaged to give you one value which is representative of the country. However, this is not representative of what is happening at the regional level, at the district level, or even as a market level. So how do you use this to be able to plan and inform policy for such key areas? So in that, we've been able to downscale all the way to the 25 kilometer, and we've done a further downscale up to 4 kilometer using our mesh data sets that we've generated at the agency. And we've made sure that we've also engaged a number of stakeholders and potential users. Like I said, this is to be able to support decision making and guide the development strategies for the country. So in doing that, this is a co-production stakeholders. Nana, again, we apologize. It seems there was no chief in there, and we'll do better in the next round. But we've managed to be able to reach out to different institutions, from the ministerial level to NGOs to CSOs and every single agency working within this. We've even gone down to the MDA level, where we met a couple of them, including Tema East, and we share these plans with them. And we've also taken contributions to how we can improve this and also localize it at their level so that they can be better influenced to use it. These are some of the key findings that came out as a result of this. So if you look at the reference period is what we are seeing over here. So this is our current situation between, the 30-year average between 1991 and then 2020. So in the near term, this is currently where we sit. Mid-century, this is where we are going, and this is just the medium. We have the medium, the low emissions, and then the high emissions. If we reduce emissions, this is the pattern that we are supposed to see. If under the medium-term scenarios, medium emissions, this is what we are going to see. If we do nothing and it increases it, this is what we are going to see. So for those complaining about the 43 in the north, please, the north, you have no business going there anymore, because as you can see from the legend here, it's even going to get warmer. And an increase in the national average by 1.4 degrees Celsius. When Henrietta was talking, she made reference to 1 degree. I've added 0.4 as extra for you. So these are the implications that you see as something that is going to happen to you and the amount of discomfort. And it doesn't just relate to just the discomfort, but it applies to every aspect of the economy. So if you're looking at that 1.4 degree rise, you are feeling that sort of discomfort. So you are going to use your AC more. You are going to use your fan more. It has an implication. You are going to use it more during the day. You are going to use it more during the night, because at night it's still not cooling down. So look at the impact on your energy bill as at now. If it's going to rain or there's going to be drought, there's also an implication when it comes to, let's say, temperature-related diseases. Diseases that you were seeing up north that you didn't expect to see down south will now begin to migrate downwards in patterns for planting, especially when it comes to agriculture. For the energy sector, if we are expecting more heat, there's a demand. A lot of people are now investing in ACs, so we should experience that. If VRA or ECG cannot meet the demand, we should expect more doomso, because our transformers cannot cope. If we are not having enough rain, it means that VRA can also not generate as much with hydropower. So what are the potential implications to the energy sector, and where do we even need to start looking at to curtail that particular problem before we even get there? We are seeing similar patterns also in changing distribution when it comes to rainfall. And when you look at the seasonal patterns of rainfall, you are seeing a shift in where you typically expect there to be a lot of rainfall during the major rainy seasons, and it's moving to different periods within the year. So from the projections, you see September, October, November is now getting wetter, where this is supposed to be the end of the minor season, where you're expecting the rains to actually reduce. You're expecting more rains during this period. And March, April, May, and May, April, June, as we saw earlier this year, during the March, April, we didn't see as much rains. It is now that the rains are now beginning to set in. So these are patterns that we should be worried about. And then when it comes to coastal dwellers, with sea level rise also an implication on some of these towns along the coast. We are already seeing some of this happen. The most popular areas around Ada, Keita areas. But there are also areas around Accra. I don't know if you've been monitoring the news lately. Places around Last Stop, Dansoman, all those areas, they are being eroded. If you go to Mori, who previously were not experiencing some of these changes, they are also experiencing it now. So these are real life situations and examples of how climate change What are some of the features that we have on the Climate Atlas to be able to enhance users to use this? So we have a user interactive tool that is helping people to be able to track the changes across the century. So we have an interactive map viewer. We have climate projections data that you can access from the map viewer, a story map, which we've collaborated with some of our partners to develop, a guide, which has frequently asked questions in case you are not sure what it's about, you can consult, and we have fully detailed reports. And we have 2 reports for the national and also broken it down to agro and climatological zones. We have a full technical report, and for those who just want to have an idea, we have also a quick summary, which you can just glance through and still have an idea. When it comes to the interactive map viewer and the climate projections, you can access this on our website, and with the click of a button within each particular administrative area, such as a district, you'll be able to get the projections for each indicator and for each emission scenario, as we're seeing here. We've also developed key story maps with some of our stakeholders in issues that have been listed over there. So issues concerning irrigation, rice production, coastal erosion, and seasonal migration due to erratic rainfall. People have had to move down south due to changing climate conditions. A sample of the frequently asked questions, which guides users, and also the climate reports. Now, back again to the implications for these sectors. We need to be able to identify where we fall within each sector and then take up that information for use. The key sectors that we have identified here are only just examples, but we can always expand on them. When it comes to agriculture, health, infrastructure, water, as well as energy. It doesn't stop here. It's a continuous process. So we are still engaging key stakeholders. We are expanding the indicators. We are going to come out with more indicators which will be integrated in there, and we are going to enhance the visualization through the dashboard and story maps for different audiences. So just to end here, I don't mean to be a prophet of doom, but Ghana is becoming warmer, whether you like it or not. It is going to warm across the country, and rainfall is also going to be variable. The only thing here is that it becomes difficult for me. From my first video, when we say it's going to rain, it doesn't rain. It's not me, it's climate change. But we are still doing our best to do that, to help with the projections. There's also increasing risk with the coastal areas, so we need to pay attention to some of these things. But in ending, I'd like to also acknowledge the people who made this possible, and a key partner here is Esri, and we've been working also through Sambus Geospatial, who are here today. So I'd like to really acknowledge our efforts and to put that call out that climate change is not for just one particular person or one particular institution. We all have our individual roles to play. And Prof made a comment also. As I put it here, we are solely funded by the Danish government, but a lot of the information that's produced here was produced in-house, including our visualization platform. So it is not that we don't have the competence, it is just that we don't want to exploit and utilize it. So I beg of you, with all the institutions gathered here, I know there are a lot of great minds. Justin, you are nodding, so I want you to keep providing that clear technical knowledge, and let's promote that collaboration between institutions gathered here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So is anyone here having any questions, any clarifications you need?
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Malex, and I'm a final year computer engineering student from Ken UST. So with regards to your project and with regards to your operations when it comes to the Ghana Meteorological Agency, I wanted to know, we are in a rising, generation where AI and continuity when it comes to things like digital public goods are available. I wanted to know, with the data sets that you provide, if I'm a youth or I'm a student working on a project around this, can I get access to the data sets? Is it available publicly for us to be able to take advantage of? If not, I also feel like one of the limitations that we have in this generation is the ability for us to be able to access some of the data, to be able to train models in order to help with, some of these solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the good presentation. I don't know how to start, but I will start somehow. Basically, I'm from Uganda, and I'm one of the partners for the University College. We have this university in Uganda, Nexus International University, and the Ghana Space Agency is one of our partners. Now, my question is this. Basically, I'm an engineer, and I look at the cost of climate change. And I look at the good information you have provided with regards to what the projections are for the future. We all know that energy is the major cause, one of the major causes of some of these climate variabilities. So my question is this: to what extent do you work with the Ghana Energy Agency in terms of looking at collaborative solutions? Because one good thing I know, especially across the globe now and with the work of GEO, is that information is available on how bad it can be. But we don't have too many answers to what can be done. So what collaboration do you have with the Energy Commission so that we can work together to see how you can come up with solutions? Because you pointed out very clearly, partnership is important. It's not enough to just mention the problem. It's also good to mention the solution, and that I think is the theme of the conference, moving from innovation to implementation. Thank you. So sorry, my name is Professor Chukwuemeka DG. I am Nigerian, but currently working in Uganda. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. So I would answer two and then I'll take some more questions, just so I don't lose track of the questions. So I'll start with Prof and then I'll get to the student, if that's okay. So with respect to collaboration, in the presentation I did indicate that we had a lot of collaboration even in developing this. When it comes to the energy sector, VRA, the Volta River Authority, played a very key role in this because they are interested particularly in rainfall. And so this information that we give to them feeds into where the rains are happening. Then they are able to model when it touches the ground, how is it feeding into their reservoirs and how are they also going to plan. So in the next couple of years, should the rains diminish or are the amounts going to reduce, how are they also planning? In addition to that, we have an MOU that we have with the Volta River Authority. And so every month we supply data to them, particularly on, actually every 10 days, we supply data to them, particularly related to precipitation. So these are some of the ways in which we engage. We've started engagement also with the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, I think, also to have a similar agreement with them. And we are currently working with GAEC and the Nuclear Power Authority because they want to consider an aspect of nuclear power generation. We are helping them to set up some weather stations, and also not just that, but technical expertise when it comes to atmospheric modeling. Should there be a fallout, how is the dispersion going to be like? So we have started a lot of collaborations with them currently operationally, and how we're working with them. We have a very good relationship, but it's always good. There's always room for improvement and to reach out a bit better. When it comes to data is always an issue, and the students always sort of put me in a tight corner when it comes to data. Unfortunately, for the longest time, from my first video, Ghana Meteorological Agency, I'm not happy to say this, but we were a bit on the low side when it comes to financials. So all the data that is collected has to we have to make certain investments when it comes to the data collection, when it comes to salaries, when it comes to the procurement of weather stations and spare parts, when it comes to the installation of weather station itself. So it's got to pay for itself one way or the other. Data is always available, but it's available for a fee, unfortunately, as it stands now. But in recognizing the role that research institutions also play, we have a very discounted rate when it comes to students, almost negligible comparing what students pay and what, let's say, VRA and other research institutions pay. And this is not something that was just determined by the agencies. It's actually governed by the Fees and Charges Act of Parliament. So this is a parliamentary approved fee. If you need any information when it comes to the Ghana Climate Atlas, you can download that information right there on the website. We also work with the World Meteorological Organization because we are here to set the standards. So anybody that puts out a meteorological information with regards to Ghana, we transmit it to the global system, and there are certain APIs and stuff like that that are available online. The only downside on this is that those APIs will only give you near real-time information. So what has been collected today and what you're observing now. But when you go to archived information, that you wouldn't get. But we are able to provide this for you. Just make a request. It doesn't take long at all. And then we'll get back to you almost immediately. Yeah. I think that's, can we have the microphone? I just want to add also that going forward, we are trying also to find extra sources of funding. It is because mainly these are internally generated funds, which we use for maintenance and stuff like that. If we are not able to make such money, you cannot get your data because we cannot maintain our stations. But once we are able to get enough sources of funding, the idea or the goal is to make all data, meteorological data, free and available. So if we are able to cross that hurdle very soon, this info, all meteorological information will be made freely available.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I just want to suggest that your website could include a place for suggestions, for inputs by anyone, like us rurals. We could just go there and say, okay, I suggest this, I suggest that. Then you go back and you filter and see what you could do with our suggestions. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to add something to what she said. How accessible is your information? Because you made mention of the fact that even planting should be advised, because we shouldn't expect the rains after the next 2 months. And I think that this is not information for those of us here, it's information for our farmers. Unfortunately, they will not get this information that we have. They are still relying on their way of anticipating. They are still, and it always fails them. Prof. Kaboba will tell you that I used to be at UNE with him, and we had a platform for farmers. I created a platform for farmers where I had somebody from the Meteo to be given daily forecasts. But since I left, I don't know how that platform is functioning. So I want to know, how accessible is this information to our farmers? Thank you.
Okay, so I'll take the two questions, and after that we'll take another round. So as part of making ourselves accessible, that's why I'm here today. Even with the short notice, now we put particular attention on outreaches and making ourselves visible. So although this information particularly might not be to you, it gives you an idea also about what Meteo does. If not for anything, today everyone in here knows that Meteo has a climate atlas. Meteo serves farmers, Meteo serves fishermen, Meteo serves the aviation industry, Meteo serves almost everybody. It's like the heartbeat to the nation. But directly when it comes to the farmers, we have several platforms and even projects that we work on to deliver information to them. So we have customized products when it comes to agricultural services. The first point of contact is our website, where we have most of this information available. So when it comes to agro-meteorology, we have most of this information here. But we also try to stay within our mandate. So we do a co-production together with the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. So we work hand in hand with the Ministry of Food and Agriculture through their agric extension agents and officers. So what we do particularly for them especially has to do with our seasonal forecast. Forecast gives you a 3 to 6 month outlook as to what you should expect. So even before the rain sets in, we plan with them and then we give them that information to be able to tell when the season is going to start or not, when they should plant. And we also have a collaboration with them under the Food Systems Resilience Project. And what we are doing under this project is to be able to develop a crop calendar for them. We have various platforms where these people are on WhatsApp, because it's not everybody who obviously can come to your website. So we make a use of social media a lot, especially through WhatsApp. So we have dedicated WhatsApp groups for some of these extension officers, and through that, when we release our seasonal forecast, we go with them onto the farms. We do some training for the agric extension officers and some farmer groups that we can lay hands on readily, and based on that, the extension officers will now reach into the individual communities and then carry out some of this information directly onto them. We also exploring a current proposal together with the Food and Agric organization. And one of the things I noticed out there is also the opportunities that we're missing, because if we tend to go mainstream on, we are exploring WhatsApp, but also I can put the information there, but interpretation also becomes a problem. If I go send you a text, can you read the information? Because I've sent you the text, but can you read in English? So we're also exploring the possibilities of having, you call them information centers, and especially in the north where you have a lot of mosques, to be able to broadcast these information via their PA systems to get a wider reach. So this is the new targeted approach that we are integrating to be able to make sure that most of these communities are served with the information that they need. And then we are customizing products also, but it comes to equipment and to be able to generate localized forecast. Until now, these are even climate projections that we're able to do are 4 kilometer, but I cannot generate a product for, let's say, Nandom, where I'm using a 25 kilometer product. I cannot localize this, and these are some of the peculiarities that we have to face. So even at the regional level, we are seeing how we can customize it, not just give a general forecast for the country, but break it into certain sections where they can uptake it a bit better. And I think we've taken notice of your concern. There's a contact us button right at the top, where if you need any information, you can just put it there and we'll be able to get to it. Because one of the things we pride ourselves on is being able critical feedback from the public and integrate it in our service delivery. Yeah. I think there's another question. And whilst we're waiting for the microphone, this is just the website just to give you an idea. To be able to use the Climate Atlas is just here at the header section. You just click on the Climate Atlas and then it will bring you to the main page. You can scroll through the main information that exists, and then also you have access to the visualization platform. Once you click on the map viewer, it should bring you to the visualization platform, and this is generally what it looks like. And I'll reiterate again that this was built by staff in-house at the Ghana Meteorological Agency. So now you're able to scroll between periods, between different indicators, and then once you click on a particular district, let's say Mamprusi East, it should be able to give you the current situation and what you should expect within the next couple of years. So let's say for this particular district, you're expecting the annual mean temperatures to go from 29 degrees Celsius, increased by 4.3 degrees Celsius. Mind you, the 1.5 I gave you was the national average, but if you come to the districts, you are going to see a 4.3 degrees Celsius increase in temperature by the end of the century. And if you want the report or any data associated with this, you can just download it right here on the platform. We've also integrated some extra tools here, which gives information on media around that particular conversation or event that's happening here. And you can also read a full story map that has been developed, because we have different categories of users. People would understand it better in a certain form. So we have that. We have the analytics also for a certain category for researchers and technical users. We have the climate reports for policymakers and ministries, amongst other agencies also. So this is an example of the story map concerning mangrove and their effects as nature-based solutions on curtailing and the effects of climate change and sea level rise. So this is just another example. Do we have any other questions? The mic is right behind you.
So this is information for our online viewers. You're also allowed to ask questions if you have any.
You're good. Do you have any questions from the online audience? No? Okay. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. We have another one from Professor Emmanuel Sankari. He's the director at the Center of Excellence in Environmental Science and Sustainability from Sir Padampat Sangania University in India.
Good morning, everyone, and namaste to you all. Yes, so as she rightly introduced me, I'm Emmanuel Danoba Sunkari, and I'm currently based in India. So today I'm coming to present on technically enhanced mining and climate risks across global soil, water, food value chains. So we all know we depend on food for survival. And mining in one way or the other is influencing the quality of the food we eat and even the water we drink. Mining in one way or the other influences the quality of the water we drink. So this particular presentation is basically looking at the effect of mining on the environment that we depend on, and especially technically enhanced, naturally occurring, potentially toxic elements. And this is a terminology through my research I came out with. So the presentation will start from introduction all the way to the acknowledgement. So when we look at mining, we all understand that it is the bedrock of this particular nation that we find ourselves in. So it is a process. It is also an occupation to some people. And it is even an industry, which is basically concerned with extracting minerals of interest, for example, critical minerals. Today, as we are moving into the green energy transition, we are looking for more critical minerals like lithium, like graphite, and it is through mining we get these. And it is usually organized around large civil engineering works. If you go to a typical mining setting, you will see a lot of things like this. And one maxim we miners believe in is that if it cannot be grown, then it must be mined. If something cannot be grown, our interest is to mine it. But if it can be grown, then we leave it. So that is the maxim for miners. So it plays a critical role. Mining plays a critical role in raw material provision for every economy. And it manages inputs and also outputs that are attached to it. So when we talk about mining, we have two main practices or ways of mining. Surface mining, as we understand, you have an open pit where the minerals can be extracted. Then we have what we call underground mining, where you can create an opening into the ground and then you can extract whatever you want. And it goes through a lot of processes. So from blasting to crushing to grinding, that is what we call the processing phase. Then when you process, you have to also catch so-called the mineral of interest. So we do what we call concentrate. And then after that, you extract what you want and something will be left. One of the things that is usually left is what we call the slag. And this slag is deleterious to human health. Now, these are some of the things that we can get from mining. Okay, we have tailings. You may have heard of tailings. When you go to the mining companies, we have tailings dams. And these tailings are the wastes that are left after processing. So there is always a place where you heap them, we call the tailings dam. Then the slag is also a glass-like byproduct. When you see it, it looks glassy in nature. And that is what is also left after mining. It is also one of the wastes which can actually, contaminate the environment. Then even the overburden itself, the topmost layer, okay, the soil that is being exposed, can also be deleterious. Then the mine water. After mining, water is left. They may have used some chemicals in doing the extraction. These chemicals will leave their imprints into the water. Now the water that is left is contaminated. So that is also a problem. Then coal mine methane. If you go to countries like India, they mine coal. And methane is a gas that is usually emitted during coal mining. And it is not so good for human beings. So these are some of the things we're talking about. It can lead to acid mine drainage. Okay, we have evidence of this in some parts of Ghana. So this is the slag I was talking about, glass-like in nature. Okay. Now in Ghana, we can see evidence of this in almost all our mining regions. This is one of my PhD students that is from Ghana, but doing the PhD in India. And this is not something that is new to all of us. You see the mine water, it is actually very, very polluted. And these are evidence in various regions, Western North region, the Western region, and the Eastern region. Now, how does climate come in when we talk about mining? Climate affects mining in diverse ways. It exposes especially the workers to extreme weather that can flood the mines. And if flooding occurs, we may have a lot of, casualties. Incidences may occur over there. People may lose their lives, damage to the infrastructure. Then also, mining utilizes water. And if there is something like this climate change we've been talking about, and there is scarcity of water, it can actually disrupt mineral processing because we need copious amount of water to process the minerals. Then also it can intensify mineral weathering, okay, at certain points in time. That's why this presentation is about the geogenic aspects. Minerals can be easily weathered through what we call chemical weathering. And so if there is this kind of activity occurring, we will have a lot of minerals being exposed to the environment. And the raising costs, it will rise costs through carbon regulations. And even at the same time, we are pushing for clean energy. And this, we need critical minerals. So this creates both risks and opportunities for the industry. Now let's look at what we call technically enhanced, naturally occurring, potentially toxic elements. So as I indicated earlier, mine wastes contain a lot of deleterious elements. Some of them arsenic, chromium, cadmium, mercury, and lead. And some of these are carcinogenic. When we say carcinogenic, they are cancer-causing, like arsenic. So the ones that are actually coming from the rocks themselves are the ones we call technically enhanced, naturally occurring, potentially toxic elements. So, you have to blast. You have to drill, you have to blast to take the rocks that contain the ore. Now, these rocks contain the ore which has some of the potentially toxic elements in the minerals. So now you are not adding any chemical, but the minerals themselves having the potentially toxic elements are what we call the technically enhanced natural occurring toxic elements. It's only mining that enhances their availability in the environment. So it is something we have conceptually designed. Now, we also have essential trace elements. These are what we need. Then we have the potentially toxic elements like arsenic and mercury. I will not bother you on this. Now, how do these TNOPTs mobilize in soil water systems globally? So you can have an abandoned mine site, especially where you have mine tailing dams. They contain a lot of these toxic metals or metalloids like arsenic. And wind and precipitation can actually mobilize them within the environment. They can, move them from one point to the other. And once it rains, leaching will occur. They go into the subsurface through the vadose zone and then go down to the phreatic zone where there is groundwater. When I say phreatic zone, the place where you can find groundwater. And the groundwater becomes contaminated, not just only the surface water. So sometimes we have to also check the water we are drinking. You can drill a borehole in a mining area, and you think because it's borehole, the water is of good quality. No. The mining can also cause contamination of the groundwater. So that is why we have to be doing periodic tests of our water sources, especially the borehole water we drink. Now, how do we do assessment of these TNOPTs? So we go to the field, we can sample from surface water, from the groundwater sources, as you can see, boreholes over there. And then you can then send them to the lab and do analysis. The best method we usually prefer is to use ICP-MS, inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometry. Then you can analyze for some of these elements, and then you can then do some analytical works, calculating metal indices and all that. Then this brings us to another field of field we call medical geology. If we are talking about geogenic toxicity, we cannot leave out medical geology. So it is an ancient term, okay, which has come back. And this actually deals with toxicity or the study of the impact of naturally occurring things on human beings and their surrounding. So the rocks, the minerals, the soils, their impact on man is what medical geology looks at. Medical geology doesn't look at human activities' impact on the environment or on man. It looks at what the natural things, the rocks, the minerals are giving to man and his environment. So it actually affects a lot of things. So in medical geology, we are looking at geogenic contamination, and it can come from even the atmosphere, okay, and it can affect agriculture, it can affect livestock and all that. Okay, so in essence, it looks at the effects of geochemical processes and geological factors on the health of humans, on the health of animals, and even plants. So when you go to the northern part of Ghana, you may have heard that there is a place called Bongo where the teeth of the people is mottled. Excuse me if you are from there, but this is something that research has come out with. And you see a beautiful girl, but her teeth looks brownish or yellowish. This is coming from what we call excess fluoride in the water. And the fluoride is not coming from any source, it's from the rocks. So do we have to go and remove all the rocks from Bongo? No, this is geogenic, it's a natural activity. So that is why we need to treat it in situ. We need to put a defluoridation plant to be able to treat that. So if mining is occurring in such an environment, there is blasting taking place, these rocks that have the excess fluoride in minerals like fluoride, what happens is that it will be enhanced in the environment and the water will become highly, fluoridated, and the teeth of the people will be like what we have been talking about. Now, when you go to any country or anywhere, if you want to know what is happening, or if you want to learn about the health of the population there, look at the air they breathe, look at the water they drink, and also the places where they live. That will tell you the quality of life there. The air they breathe, the water they drink, and the places where they live. This is something that was said by Hippocrates. Now, Hippocrates. So in medical geology, we look at things of microscopic, sphere onto the macroscopic. And in medical geology, we are not just giving a cure. Medical geology, when you hear the term medical, people may think it is a curative science. No, it is a science that is looking for the cause of disease, not the cure of the disease. All right. And these are some of the metal-induced effects. If you are dealing with the branch of medical geology, the metals like arsenic, which is a metalloid, okay, if it gets into your system, it can be carcinogenic, can cause cancer. Some of the metals are teratogenic, and these can lead to birth defects. So a woman gives to a child, and the child, unfortunately, is not well developed. The head is not well developed. Hands are not well developed. Some of these are coming from the metals in the water that the woman drank when she was pregnant. Then we also have what we call mutagenic effect. Some of these metals can cause genetic mutations. So even that's what I have been saying. The DNA of a woman, the DNA of a child, can be changed if the woman drinks water that is coming from these mining areas, which is polluted with respect to some of these elements, like mercury, like arsenic. What happens is that it can play with the DNA of the child. And then when they do paternity tests, they will say the woman went outside. But unfortunately, that is not it. The child is the man's child. But because of the environment within which the woman lived, drank water, ate food that was grown on polluted mine lands, the plants have bioaccumulated these metals. The woman has taken in the metals, then they have entered into the system of the child and played with the DNA. So this is something some of us can even look up into. Okay, it's a research area. Now, we know this. I will not talk about this. So there is something we also call geophagy. When we were growing up, we used to see old ladies and even pregnant women. They will go and buy something we call chile. I don't know whether you know chile. Yes, then they are eating the chile, especially the pregnant women. It's clay. And it has some, soothing effect to them, or they think it helps them, or, takes away certain illnesses or whatever. They have their own reasons. But the thing is that, do you know the quality of this chile? Do you know the chemical composition of this chile? This chile may contain some geogenic contaminants, like the arsenic, okay, like even the antimony and all that. These metals that are not good for human system. If the chile contains them and the woman eats them, that is where that issue I talked about, the DNA change, can even come in. But our women are eating this chile, they buy in the market. So from here, I think let's go and disseminate the information. Let that awareness come in. Let not people just eat these things anyhow. Okay, so now when these elements from the water, from the geogenic materials like the clay, like arsenic, cadmium, chromium, mercury, lead, radon, and even others come into the human system, can target some organs. And this is very important. For example, arsenic, it targets the bladder. It targets the liver. Your lung can be destroyed. You can have skin issues, vascular and neurological changes. All these things are, very common. Now look at this. These are the legs of human beings and the foot, the finger, then look at the head of a human being. And this is not anything. It's not coming from any source. It is coming from metal-induced effects. Okay, metals that they have accumulated into their system through drinking water or eating of food. Okay, so there is skin pigmentation occurring. All right, and these metals can cause issues even related to the heart. It can cause hypertension. So most of the hypertension-related issues in the country, I think we need to look into them, especially in the mining regions or the mining towns. If you see the hypertension levels have risen, you must do something. We have to check. There can be a linkage because the people may be drinking contaminated water, which has maybe lead or arsenic high in it. All right. So what about medical geology and mining? They are related because the rocks are what you mine to get the minerals. And these minerals, when they weather or the rocks weather, they produce soil. We plant on the crops. We plant crops on the soil, and then even animals also graze on these crops. We eat the animals. We eat the crops. And whatever the animals have taken in, whatever is in the crops will come back into our system. It is like a web. And so it changes our system. So now I want to give a case study, okay, and this is a study in Turkey when I was doing my PhD. So this is in a place called the Borkar Mining District. It is a mountainous area, and the area is predominantly composed of sedimentary rocks, so volcanic and sedimentary rocks, right? And it is made up of several mines. We have skarn deposits, or the mineral deposits that are made up of iron and zinc. We have old mines and active mines, and slag piles. Slag is what I showed you, the one that looks glassy in nature after the mining has occurred. So look at this. This is the current state of that area. This is not illegal mining. Don't think it is illegal mining. Illegal mining is not what caused this. This is legal mining. But this is what has happened. The place has become, filled with a lot of ore slags. And these ore slags contain these potentially toxic elements I mentioned, like the arsenic. That's why they look very dark. And what happens if it rains? We are talking about climate change. These metalloids, potentially toxic elements in these ore slags, will seep down, go into the groundwater. And they can also run as surface runoff and go into our surface water bodies. The pollution is being enhanced through that. So the aim of this study is actually to investigate the environmental and human health implications of historical mining activities in that particular part of Turkey. All right. And then specifically, we want to look at the impacts in the soil, in the water, and then also in fruit plants. Then also the sources, and also to look at how they are affecting the health of humans. So this is the methods that we use. So we went to the field, collected samples, water samples, soil samples, and plant samples. So for soil, about 40 samples from the B horizon, and that is a zone of accumulation, not on the top. The top is largely made up of humus and all that. We are not interested in that. Then the water, we collected about 20 groundwater samples within that area, but seasonally, in the fall season and also in the winter season. Then plants, we took leaves of 1 year shoot plants, fruit plants, and then we also sampled the ore slags, what I showed you before, the black substances. We took samples of them around that vicinity, and then we subjected them to geochemical analysis. So this is how the soil sampling was done, and this is how the samples were spaced around the place. The black thing you see with dots is where the ore slag is, where the remnants are left. So now look at these alarming results. Look, lead alone is about 95,000 ppm. And this is from the ore slag. All right, those black substances I showed. You could see that they are really toxic in nature. Lead is very high in all the samples we took. Zinc is also very high. Look at arsenic. 15,200 ppm. This is extremely high. So imagine this gets into your body. Maybe you planted on that soil, or you took water that is contaminated by this. It is coming into your system. Now look at also the PT amounts in the soil. So you can see in the soil for arsenic, NSAS, number of samples above the limit, you can see that about 39 samples are having high arsenic levels. Okay, cadmium is the same, copper 37. Then you come to lead, 36 samples are all exceeding the guideline values. So that shows that the pollution is extremely high, moving from the slags to that of the soil. Now we are going to the water. Let's see the pollution levels in the water. Now you see in the samples, you can see that the lead values are also very high. So look, maximum lead value 135 ppm in the water. And then zinc is also 182. This is extremely high. That should tell you that there is a problem that is actually happening. Look at arsenic, which is carcinogenic. It is about 287 ppm. And this is far above the threshold of 10. So that tells you that if it enters into your system, it is going to be toxic. What about the fruits that they were eating? Walnuts, we took fruits like walnuts, then cherry, pear, plum, and grape. Most of them also had high values, especially with respect to iron, with respect to lead, with respect to zinc, and with respect to arsenic. And all these, as I indicated, are potentially toxic, especially arsenic. It is carcinogenic. It can cause cancers of the skin and any kind of cancer. Now, in the area, this is how they are distributed, these potentially toxic elements in the soil. So you can see that it's mostly around the southern periphery. You will see the higher values over there, and this is where the slags are. Then in terms of the water, similar trend is being seen. You can see the reddish parts are where we have the high zones, or these are the hotspots. So we are leveraging on, geospatial techniques to do some of these things. We use SEFA to do that. Then we had to also take the slags to the lab to do what we call XRD, to know the minerals that are in them. I told you that some of these minerals are having the potentially toxic elements when they weather. So which minerals could be found? So we found especially in the soil, this is the kind of minerals we can find: calcite, quartz, albite, then clay minerals like kaolinite and montmorillonite, and then some rock-forming minerals like muscovite. And then we have pyrrhotite, zincosite, and margamite. So zincosite, like this, is where you can be getting the zinc. Pyrrhotite, you can get excess iron from it. So when these weather, that is what is happening. Then in the soils, we had to do pollution analysis. So we use some indices like the contamination factor, enrichment factor, and index of geoaccumulation. And you can see that in terms of arsenic, for all the factors, arsenic is extremely high. Contamination factor 769. In fact, this is extremely high. Beyond the threshold of 1, it is extremely high. And then you can see that in the others. Now, in terms of the soil too, we did what we call soil pollution index. After calculating or taking the data from the lab, we had to calculate the soil pollution index. Where is soil actually polluted in that area? You can see the same trend. It's also around the southern periphery. You would see that the mining is actually affecting the soil quality over there. Mining is affecting water, as we saw, and the same thing is seen in the soil also. Then we try to decipher the sources of these contaminants. And in this kind of study, we use geostatistical analysis, like multivariate statistics. So we did what we call factor analysis using principal component analysis as the extraction criterion. And we had about 4 groups of 4 factors. And factor 1 is the predominant one. You can see most of the elements. Arsenic is there, copper is there, zinc is there, molybdenum. The reason they are grouped in one particular cluster is because they are likely coming from the same source. And these ones, if you check, most of them are coming from mining activities. Lead can come from galena. Okay, arsenic can come from arsenopyrite, and this is common in that area. So this particular factor we know is coming from supergene alteration of the base metal mineralization and dissolution of the ore slags we saw there. And then that is the most important factor. The rest are also minor factors which may be coming from the host rocks themselves. So if you see, for example, magnesium, cobalt, aluminum, titanium, strontium, nickel in one group, these are elements that come from rocks themselves. These are not mining related. I will end very soon. Now, water pollution levels. We had to calculate water hazard index in both seasons, and we could see the same trend. If you see the reddish part here, it is also still closer to the south. It's like southwestern, and that trend is continuous from the winter to that of the fall season. Now, we use what we call the Ficklin diagram to actually see the impact of the mining on the water. In this Ficklin diagram, you usually plot the total trace elements or the potentially toxic elements, all of them, their concentrations, against that of the pH. And there are known fields in the world that we usually use. These are mining fields that have experienced what we call acid mine drainage. So if your samples plot in any of those known fields, that shows that there is the likelihood we will have acid mine drainage occurring in that area, which is an effect of mining. Now, if you check, our samples largely plot in the neutral alkali low metal content zone, but partly in the Colorado AMD zone. So you see that there is some, potential of AMD occurring in that area. All right. So that tells us that Moderate to high buffering capacity of the groundwater and moderate base metal content of the deposits is occurring in the area. And this may lead to acid mine drainage in that particular part of India. Now, in terms of the plants or the fruit crops we took, we calculated what we call the bioaccumulation factors or bioconcentration factors. And you can see the values for each of the metals. As you see, arsenic is my interest because of its cancer-causing effect. You can see the arsenic BCF value ranges from 1.8 to 3, and this is extremely high. So the high BCF value suggests that human health and plant growth in the area is actually under jeopardy. If you drink the water, you are in trouble. You plant on the soils, you are in trouble. You harvest the crops that are in or planted on the soil, and you eat those crops, you are also in trouble. So now what is the solution? Now, let's look at the health impacts. So in terms of the work, we had to also look at the health risks. So you can see that from the samples we took, in terms of the health impact in the winter season, we calculated what we call estimated daily intake, and that is the amount of the water into the water. Amount of water that people are drinking, which contains that particular metal of interest. So you could see that if the value is, the threshold is that if the value is more than 1 times 10 raised to the power minus 3, then there is a problem. So in some parts, we have a problem. And then we calculated what we call the hazard quotient by taking that estimated daily intake divided by the, slope factor. And then with that, we were able to also know, that's for the cancer risks, we were able to know whether cancer is actually occurring in that area. For some samples, look at sample GS3, carcinogenic risks, you will see that it is a problem. And then the other one, GS4, it is also a problem. GS7 is also a problem. So there is actually evidence of this. When you go to the hospitals, people in that place come to complain about cancer on their bodies. So this is what is happening. So there is what we call mobilization of the PTs or potentially toxic elements in the soil, in the water, and then it is going into the human body. So now how do we solve this? This is the last thing we will look at. There are a lot of techniques that are being proposed by scientists. We have some we call the conventional techniques, others are called emerging or current trends, and we have the miscellaneous ones. So the general ones that are being used are bioremediation, phytoremediation by using plants. You plant some, crops on the land that will bioaccumulate the toxic elements, and the soil is now cleaned. Then you can replant whatever you want. Ion exchange and others. Then the emerging ones are activated carbon nanotubes, and then biochar. I think some time ago you may have heard the EPA boss talk about dechemicalization. And I think I featured in a video, we had an encounter in Joy TV, and then I was explaining the dechemicalization thing. So carbon nanotubes can be used to treat water. Carbon nanotubes can be used in this kind of, scenario. Then biochar, agricultural waste, they can be converted into things that can absorb waste within the environment, whether in the soil or whatever. Then miscellaneous ones are biosorption, chemical, biological, and then electrokinetic phytoremediation. These are all things. Now, the way forward to miners, if you are a miner here, you are into, legal mining or small-scale mining, when you want to start mining, you have to incorporate what we call hydrogeological risk assessment into your mine planning. First, you have to understand the soil in the area, the quality of the soil, all right? You have to also understand the recharge sources of the water. You have to also know the soil moisture content and all that. Then you can draw a 3D hydrogeological model of the area. Then you have to also know the water quality before, because sometimes we are interested in the mineral of, value. When we take it, or before we take it, we don't care about the quality of the environment. We need to know the quality before we take, and after we finish, we test again. And then that is where the reclamation comes in. So we can combine all this and do risk assessment, incorporate health risk assessment into our mine planning issues. All right, instead of mining and then the community is being affected, then you leave the community, then you go. The community is now suffering. There should be a policy or something that incorporates health risks into that. So in conclusion, from what we have seen, the potentially toxic elements, they are posing a lot of health risks, and their toxicity and accumulation in this soil, water, plant systems is actually something this research has brought out. And we have seen that arsenic is the primary pollutant in both soil and water samples. And you could see that the bioconcentration factors are above 1 in the fruit plants, like the walnuts and all that. And this actually suggests that there is significant mobilization and transfer of these potentially toxic elements from soil and to the water and to the crops. Then groundwater is the main exposure for most of these contaminants, for example, arsenic, and it is cancer causing. And we have seen that the amount of water that people are drinking which contains this arsenic exceeds the safe limits. So it means that people are in jeopardy. And in the winter season, you could see that the exposure is less, but it increased in the fall season. So that shows that the carcinogenic risks are above permissible limits in both seasons. Now, we are proposing that as scientists, as we are going forward, we can even use the term technically enhanced naturally occurring potentially toxic elements for those toxic elements that are actually coming from geogenic sources, coming from the soil, coming from the minerals, coming from the rocks, but not because of chemicals the miners have used. So that is the terminology that we want to educate all of us, and then we can come to be using that. So these are the kind of research I do, and I'm open to collaborations and all that. I would like to thank the organizing committee of this particular conference for inviting me. In fact, I came down from India yesterday, and I said I would have to honor it. Thank you so much. And this is also an advert for my school. Anybody that is interested in postgraduate studies or bachelor studies at Sir Padampa Singhania University in India, you can get in touch. We have all the programs. My university is, focused on engineering and management. So we do all the engineering courses. I'm in mining engineering. And we have scholarships also. You can get in touch with me for the scholarship opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We will now open up the session for questions and answers. Those online can also raise up their hands, and then you'll be unmuted to ask your questions.
Professor Manuel, thank you so much for your presentation. Now, sometimes when you listen to this kind of presentation, it can be very scary. Very soon we'll begin to analyze the water quality, and I think even Chief is beginning to ask questions. But my question is this, in all that you've done, you have not told us the role of regulation. Because we know that, for example, the example you presented is, legal mining. And we also know that part of the regulation of mining is safety. There's always this element of safety in mining before, after, and even when the mine is decommissioned. So you did not highlight a lot about what is the regulatory organization doing? What are they doing about these water quality issues? Is it that they don't know about it? Is it that they don't know about these health issues? And if they know about it, what steps are they taking to correct the problem? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Should I go ahead to answer, or we'll take a few? Okay, so yes, this is in the right direction. Having brought out the issues, the causes, the effects, one other thing we need to look at is policy direction, how the regulators are coming in to ameliorate the situation. So the case is that the regulations are there, the rules are there, the policies are there. But one thing is we are only doing what we call cosmetic regulation. It's cosmetic on face. And people are reneging on their works, what they are supposed to do. So there was a time I did some work with a mining company. When EPA was coming, you could see things that were not in order. They were trying to put everything in order. But you see, previously they were doing it and it was affecting the environment. EPA was not there. But then, when EPA was coming, they started trying to put everything in order when the havoc had already been caused. So we also need a change okay, as individuals, those going into mining, don't think that what you are going to do is for your own benefit. It will come back to you. You can even go and buy food from another town, okay, where there is mining taking place. That chemical is in that food. You thought maybe you are escaping it from what you have done to some people. You are taking it back. So I think we will talk to the regulators. We keep on, sending them information and our findings. And what I believe is those of us who are here and are government experts or work within these agencies, let's not renege on our works. The policies are clear, but the thing is that the people who are supposed to do it, put it into action, they are sitting down. Excuse me to use that word. And that is what is happening. In certain jurisdictions, it is not, you cannot do it. As somebody who is working in EP or any of those, organizations, you must bring the report. And it should not be something that has been induced or something has, when you go to some of the companies, they even play with the values they get from the lab. I'm telling you, they will sample the water, check the quality, they realize it's no good. But when they are given to the regulators, they play with the values. And what we need also is even independent check beyond the regulators. So because the miners themselves and the regulators can have some agreement. You know where we are in. We are in a continent and even a country where we can actually help each other. You help me, I help you. So we need independent checks. And that can help in solving this particular situation. Thanks, Prof. Yes.
Right, thanks, Prof. I'm Dr. Biata Wimpoka Kayani. I'm a practitioner, a development practitioner. I also touch with the water. I work in the water sanitation and hygiene sector. And then I work in an NGO. So I was just trying to look at research sometimes. This is very good. It sits or it just shared at the academic halls, but it doesn't get into the practice. How do we get these results? I think mining, we've all heard about what Galamsey is doing, the bed defects and all that. I'm also a community advocate, development advocate. And I liked it when Nana talked about planning without them, implementing without them. How do we get this at the community level for engagement? CSOs, we are there for the practicalization of this and also independent verification of what you just talked about. How do we, because I think academia, we need to have that nexus with practice. How do we get this? Make it quite simpler. Make it all these technical terms. How would a lay person understand that? Drinking water from contaminated, not if they don't even know that it's contaminated, taking that water can change the DNA of my child. How would the woman understand that? So I think maybe some of the key areas for the organizing team should have some key action points just beyond research to practicalizing it, to see how the engagement goes beyond the government agencies, including CSOs. And we as, I would say research, because I'm also a researcher as well, we, the academia, should not just sit to do the research. We can act as independent verifiers of certain things that we are looking at. In the regulation aspect, what does, when we talk about every 6 months we should have water quality testing, are they doing it? They are not doing that. We have a lot of households drilling boreholes, having household water services. But the quality check is just behind somebody's septic tank. What are the pollutions that people are drinking? And they are selling them. I'm based in Tamale, and Tamale has acute water shortages. You see water tanker services bringing this water. We have various mining, I think it's not that widespread in the western region and that of western north. But how do we get this? Because this, I was really taking some notes and then trying to put certain things together. You need to go beyond just the regulators, see how CSOs are going to be involved. I'm the chairperson of Coalition of NGOs in Water Sanitation in Ghana, and we do a lot of policy advocacy. How do we get academia on board beyond just the technical things? So I think this is just some food for thought, and if you have some responses to. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Yeah, so it's one thing getting the results, and it's another thing getting it to those that really need it. So I can tell you, yes, we need it, but we need to also go beyond just this particular, auditorium and go to the communities, to the hinterlands, and create this awareness. So I think you, the CSOs, and we, academia plus government, we need to have a roundtable discussion on this. And there should be a way that we scientists, when we get our findings and send to government, they should be able to respond. Sometimes you can send your findings to the government agency. They do nothing about it. They don't get back to you. They think maybe you want something from them. You have even used your own resources to do the research, and you are giving them the findings for them to get back to you, and then you will find this lasting solution. But they don't respond to you. You keep on writing. That is where the problem is. We also need those in the media space, the journalists, to help us. So for me, that is the tangent I'm now using. I try to engage journalists and maybe radio stations where our local folks can listen in our own dialect. So quite recently, I did some in Dagari. I spoke in my language, talking about some of these issues. And for instance, the fluoride issue I talked about in the north. We have actually, on a pilot base, we have developed, a prototype that we can use what we call Moringa oleifera, or we use activated cow bone. The cow, you eat the meat and throw the bone away. We can use this bone to treat water. And we have done it in our lab, and it has worked. But now we need funding to scale it up and see whether it will work right in the field. And then we can now commercialize it. It's an avenue to commercialize it to our local folks. This is going to be something small. It is a household treatment facility. This is not something we are waiting for government to come and put a defluoridation plant. All right. So I think we need to come to that table. CSOs, the media, government, and academics. We need to come together to, propagate the message well. Thank you so much for that direction. Any other? All right. So I think that is it. So we should all become environmental citizens. That's the last thing I will leave with you. Okay, don't just be a spectator of the environment. Be a participant in the environmental quality management. Be aware that whatever you do is going to affect the environment. And as it affects the environment, it's affecting you, affecting your neighbors, and it will come back to all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we've come to the end of the first session. We will now go out for break. It's also an opportunity to network with the various individuals that we have around. There's also information for anyone who was sent an email. I was told some people were sent personalized emails about payments. Kindly see the people at the table outside concerning that. And also before the break, we would like to invite everyone here upstage. So we take a group photo and then we can go out for our break. Thank you.
Hi everyone, Esther here from Kenya. I'm inviting you to Calibrate 2026, the first in-person climate conference focusing on raising African enterprise and talent. It is a great space to learn real climate solutions, connect with innovators, and discover opportunities that could turn your ideas into impact. The event will be held in Accra, Ghana from the 21st of May to the 23rd of May this year. If you are passionate about climate action or entrepreneurship, don't miss this. Scan the QR code to register and see you there.
Hi there, I'm Granny from South Africa and I'm inviting you to Calibrate 2026, a unique climate conference happening in Accra, Ghana from the 21st to the 23rd of May 2026. This is your chance to dive into cutting-edge climate solutions, interact with researchers, and turn your ideas into game-changing impact. Whether you are a climate enthusiast, entrepreneur, or passionate about creating change, you are welcome to join us. Scan the code to register. See you there. Thank you.
for joining us again for the second session. We have a presentation from Ms. Abigail Boulay. She's the founder and CEO for Little B Community.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm really happy to be here to be able to join you today. I've arrived from London on Saturday, and yeah, I'm really excited to be able to participate in Calibrate 2026. So my presentation is intended to be a little bit interactive, but we'll see how the technology aspect goes. We're in the right place for technology, so hopefully it will all go well. So let's start with this question. Can business be a force for good? This is a live poll, so everybody who is also participating online can go to Mentimeter, that's MENTIMETER.com, and typing the number 7661-6330. I just want to get a sense of what your thoughts are. My presentation centers to the idea of social enterprise and how we mobilize change through business. But I want to get a little temperature check from the room. So if you're happy to go to the Mentimeter site, that's MENTI, or menti.com, I think it's even got a short version, and cast your vote, and let's see. And then we'll get started. So far, only one person has voted. So it's not a good sign. Even Stephen. If you have it on your phones, it will continue to load. But in the interest of time, I'll get started on the presentation. So I'm just going to swap screens. Oh, no, it's a lot of activity. Great, we're warmed up. I hope everybody who's participating online as well is able to access the menti.com. But generally, there's a sense that we can use business as a force for good, which is really encouraging. So in today's session, I'm going to cover a few things. I want us to think about what is good and what is bad business, what that means in practice. We're going to explore a little bit about social enterprise. I can share some examples from my own experience in the UK about that. Then we're going to think about how to build a good business and what that might involve, and look at some examples of that. I might also challenge you to think of a good business idea and how it connects to the climate action movement. And then we'll think about the challenge of sustainability and explore how we can also build better businesses or work with our existing economy and existing commercial enterprises to try and encourage them to do their bit. And then if we have time at the end, we'll do a little bit of a Q&A. So generally the consensus was that, yes, business can be a force for good. And I just want to take some examples from the floor around any businesses that you're aware of that have been putting either climate-related issues or social environmental issues at the heart of their business model. Can anyone give any examples? Say again? Water business, yep. Any others? Hospitality sector, yeah, thank you. Recycling of waste, yeah. Any others? So we've already got a sense of how things can intersect. And if we go back to the Menti, I'd like you to put as many consumer-related products into the Menti to see if we can create a big kind of cloud of all the businesses and the products that we're aware of. Sorry. So if you jump back onto the Menti, and for those of you perhaps who haven't spoken, perhaps you're familiar with some consumer products that you feel have an impact on the environment. If you could just drop them in, and we'll create a sort of word cloud of different products that we know have an impact on our climate. This morning we've spoken a lot about mining, we've spoken about agriculture, we've spoken about a number of different things, so it'll be good to have some ideas coming through around our day-to-day lives and how that also intersects with what's happening in the climate around us. You can think of both topics or specific products, consumer products or services that you're aware of that directly impact and have a negative impact on the environmental situation. Great. A few more coming through. Sachet water, eco-repellent, textile products, farming, plastics, water, bed nets. Anything else? Sometimes I start the morning by thinking, how many things am I going to touch in a day that has a direct impact on the environment around me? The choices that I make, the toothpaste that I use. Whether my house is heated in an environmentally sustainable way, whether I'm connected to a district heat network in London. I think it's really important to think as broadly as you possibly can around how every action that we take on a day-to-day basis is basically a choice to a degree. And so the more we can mobilize and think about these individual actions that we take, the more we can collectively work to address some of the changes that we see and that we see are needed in the community. Some great ones coming through there. Mining centers very, very powerfully here. We've got some more coming up: cosmetics, plastics, phones, fuel, skincare, containers. It's great. So I'm very conscious that some of you may be very familiar with social enterprise as a concept, as a movement, as a field, but I'm just going to try and take it back a little bit to some of its origins and my experiences with social enterprise over the last kind of 15 to 20 years. Spot the difference. Can anybody tell me who these three individuals are? Mohammed Yunus. Yep, excellent. Anyone familiar with the other two? Professor, could you tell us a bit about Mohammed Yunus?
Yeah, he won a Nobel Prize for propagating the idea of social business in 2006.
There we go. So he's one of the notable, I guess, founders or people who have been involved in the social enterprise movement for many, many years. What about the other two? Possibly not as noted. Anyone? So one is Maggie L. Walker. She set up a bank, a community bank, to support her community to establish and gain the resources and flow of funds through the community in a safe way to address the issues that were happening in her local community. American lady. So the other one out, as you might think, is Dan Schulman, who set up PayPal. He created a technological platform through which people can mobilize their payments quickly and securely to address whatever need they may need. The question is he really an outlier here, or is his focus slightly different? Because it's that distance between these two areas of interest, whether the interest behind the business is to support the community or whether it is just to support the individual or commercial needs, that I think is what we need to work with. And one of the reasons why I'm continuing to be so passionate about social enterprise is because I do see business as one of the movements, one of the kind of dynamic forces that we have currently that is continually innovating, continually moving forward. So the more we can get business and enterprise be part of the climate progression, part of and much more recognizant of the climate emergency, hopefully the more we can accelerate and speed forth in terms of making the changes we want to see. Quick example here. So what is good and what is bad business? We have, and this was mentioned in the Mentimeter, plastic bottles, right? So as I'm sure we can all understand, you have the good that is achieved through that business, through ensuring that people can have access to safe drinking water. The presentation before from our colleague talked very deeply around the challenges we have in even accessing safe drinking water across communities in Ghana, or where there are in other communities around the world where mining has this impact and toxicity leaches into the water system. So you could argue that this is a really good business. We're getting water to who needs it, and we're ensuring that the water is safe. But on the flip side, as we all know, water is increasingly polluted by plastic. Microplastics are becoming a bigger and bigger problem all the time. And this is something that even with more water-soluble plastics now, we're finding that how do we reverse things back? How are we going to stem the tide of now getting to a point where we'll be ingesting plastics on a day-to-day basis? Tricky. Our phones. Is it not big enough? Oh, now I don't recall if that came up in the big word cloud at the start, but is there anyone here who is going to leave their phone behind when you leave today? Probably not, right? We don't think about the fact that the phone we choose is a choice around whether we are driving a sustainable agenda or participating fully cognizantly in actually the degradation of community through the mining industry, as our colleague mentioned before, whatever that might look like. So as you can tell, as I did start at the beginning, I said this is going to be interactive, and it is all about us as opposed to thinking kind of more broadly or in terms of academic and different fields and spheres. And at my heart, in terms of my practice, I'm very much a systems thinker. I'm very much focused on how we can mobilize and connect the dots of people-powered change. That's what sits behind the name Little B Community, and how we can accelerate through efficiencies to reach some of the goals that we are absolutely capable of achieving, right? We'll do one more. Maize or corn, and the use of pesticides. So again, food and our food systems, just critical for our own existence, but how they play into and feed into what's happening in the environment plays a huge role in what we're able to actually achieve. So we'll go back to the Menti. I hope I update this one. And actually, let's just do this as a show of hands. Raise your hand, and online as well, if you are interested in social enterprise as a sphere, as a movement, as a space. I feel like that's a loaded question. Okay, so some people less so. Can I ask those who didn't raise their hand, what is it that you feel is the central challenge? What is it that you feel is not getting you on board? Would anyone like to share their thoughts? Any comments? There were a few no's in the original poll around whether business can be a force for good. So I'm really keen to engage in dialogue in exactly, yes, my friend.
Just need some clarification of what you mean by social enterprise. It's a bit.
Social enterprise is what Grameen Bank founder Mohammed Yunus set up, with the sense that business can be used and can be profitable whilst delivering social or environmental benefit. So business should not just be an extractive process, taking what we want from the resources, plowing it, plundering resources so that we can seek purely profitable gains, but that we can use business and create ultimately a triple bottom line where we have the sustainability and the funds and the resources through sales to generate profits that can be regenerated and redistributed into those communities in more beneficial ways. Yeah? So we'll go through a little bit more about that. Is that a bit clearer in terms of how to frame social enterprise?
I hope it is. And then I think that is what Sambus you're trying to do by building capacity to have the mindset change about using data to inform the decisions that we need in order to make sure our regulators are helping us to have a mind change. And this topic, I think if you move from Accra to Nairobi, to Cape Town, to Clemson, to Cairo, generally if you take the sub-Saharan Africa, especially West Africa, our taste for foreign things is an issue. Our taste for foreign things is a big issue that I am trying to talk differently, that is not helping our social enterprises. If you take, for example, and I think, Prof, maybe you can comment on that. Years before, we used to have Ghana cement, a Ghana cement factory. Gasem, we used to call them. It was the only company in the whole country. They were doing so well. But as you know, if you have one social enterprise, sometimes there can be problems. There can be monopoly of the system and all the other things that goes with it. Then we have Dangote coming in. It changed our market completely. Then before we realize, yes, and all the others coming in, because they started showing some examples that were really helping. We can mention quite a number of other examples. Even if you take Ghana, our own, I don't know how we call him. Is it Ibrahim? How do we call that? It's a good example because you can see that yes, the business is going, but the support to the people is also going on. Mining in Ghana is a hot topic. And as a teacher in the classroom, as long as, in fact, one time at the forum, they asked me that can we stop mining? This question, and you know, when you are on the high table, you don't know how to say it. Because as a country, as we speak, without the mining, our cost of living will be very high, especially in our current situation of all the wars around. Because secretly, even though they don't say it, the illegal mining is the one, in a way, helping us to sustain the economy indirectly. Because the gold board, where are they getting their things to do? So you see, there's a bad side. But how to manage it policy-wise and do it well, especially a mechanism, because we are talking about the fact that we have a challenge with a lot of our youth untrained. Even those that are trained, they still need training to understand the job. I think that is also, you have graduates, if you take all the three or several, the universities, some of them we've mentioned here, every year you are talking about more than 500,000 graduates graduating. Let's ask ourselves as Ghanaians, the last 4 years, public sector employment is almost zero. So what would the graduates be doing? So it's a huge challenge. And that is why I think this topic is so important to our private companies that you have your corporate social responsibility. How can you increase this more in order to help us? There are a lot of private, but the whole idea of giving back to society is not only in the church, but I think as a people, you see, nature teaches us so well. If you take the way God have designed trees, they take from the soil, at the end, the leaves fall down again. Fall down again is to create the environment again for that tree to grow. How are we taking up that? Those are some of the things. And lastly, to our dear upcoming private workers, CEOs, and what have you, who are sitting here looking at me, remember us when we are working, that as part of your social, and you must also remember that someday we will need some support mechanism to move on. Think about giving back to society. Because we have reached a point, you are coming from the UK. In Ghana, we are not too far from it. We have a challenge whereby, in fact, society eating together is drifting away. And you know, for these kind of enterprises to survive, social connection is key. Unfortunately for us now, I don't know what is happening. I was listening to something, they say it's because the women have changed. But I don't know, the men too, we have also changed. So, so there is quite a lot of things. So one, the mindset is an issue. So it is not helping us to create more social enterprises in the system. The issue of not trying to rethink about our African social values, which in them were social enterprises. In fact, if we talk about social enterprise, it is rooted in our culture. But fortunately, we are moving away from it. Thank you. I hope I haven't taken most of your time. Thank you.
You know, when we were coming this morning, we were talking about the same issue. And I was trying to explain to them that the challenge of Ghana is that you are acting like mothers, women. The challenge of Nigeria is like a patrilineal side. So in Nigeria, people are made uncomfortable to go and look for money. In Ghana, because you behave like mothers, you are expecting resources. So a Nigerian comes here, does a lot of razzmatazz work, makes money. The Ghanaian is waiting for him to give him some, like every mother wants. And that is the root cause of the problem. The Dangote you are complaining about, how much did Dangote give a university in Nigeria? The amount of money Dangote supports universities in Nigeria. I'm talking of, I think he gave one university in Kano almost $1 million. Dangote has a foundation that supports students, Dangote Foundation. If you work for Dangote for 2 years and he does not see prosperity around you, he sacks you. You are a bad image. Because the way Dangote runs his business, Dangote runs his business like a family. Dangote does not employ you and expect you to resign in 5 years. Dangote wants you to work for him for 20 years and it makes you very, very comfortable. So when I hear what is happening in Ghana, I can understand. You know, you are like mothers waiting for Dangote to give you something. Whereas in Nigeria, Dangote is the one doing social business now. Dangote is in the forefront of fighting for reduction in fuel price. Dangote is the one fighting government to make social conditions better. So sometimes this is the contradiction of Africa. In fact, at one time, I think Nigerians wanted him to run for president. He said no. He is satisfied with the role he's playing. Dangote started a social corporate business where he believed that when a company runs in the area where the company operates, the company should tar the roads, the company should provide employment opportunities. He was one of those who moved to the point that under our law in Nigeria, if you set up a company, 60% of your employees up to management level must be Nigerians. So thank God Amos is not a politician. If you came to Nigeria and made that comment, some people will take you to the backyard and say, did you check your facts? Because of Dangote, a lot of business people are changing their attitude. And then Dangote is also doing something now, which is very interesting. You know, he set up a very big refinery in Nigeria. He's forcing rich people in Nigeria to set up big refineries too. And the most interesting part of what he has ever done is that Dangote has no foreign accounts. As far as he's concerned, he has no business keeping money in the US. If Americans buy his products, pay the dollars to Nigeria. So Dangote regulates the forex market. When government is broke and they need money, they go to him. He releases dollars. You know now, anytime there's complaint that the dollar is high, once Dangote releases money, it comes down. So all politicians are fighting him. And then when it comes to politics, that is where the man is most interesting. During the election, he gives all the political parties the same amount of money. If he gives one party 1 million naira, every other party gets 1 million naira. So every election cycle, nobody fights him because they know they got the same amount of money. Why am I pointing this out? Social enterprise sometimes is also shaped by cultural attitudes. I'll give you a personal example of a pastor that encountered Dangote. You know, he's supposed to be a Muslim. He reads more Christian books than Muslim books. And I don't think I've seen him in a mosque before. This pastor, and he's a very accessible person. Dangote's office, he has only one PA. He attends to everybody. So this pastor went to see him, that he wants to sell him some Christian books. Dangote will always tell you, I do not pay for the price, I pay for the value. You know, my PhD research was one of the things he used in the cement industry. He will never pay you the price of an item. If you go to him and tell him, this bottled water is 3 cedis, Dangote is not going to pay you 3 cedis. As far as he's concerned, what he's going to pay is what is the value of this water to him at that time. It may be when he's thirsty, it may be when he's on the field, that determines what he will pay you. He can even pay you 20 cedis for it, depending on where you find him. So this pastor went to sell him 3 books. I know book people, they always tag the amount. The total amount of the books was less than 10,000 naira. And he told the pastor, I don't pay for any price tag. I only pay for the value of what is inside the book. You come back in 2 weeks, and he reads a lot also. When I read the books, I will tell you what I'm going to pay you. So the pastor came back after 2 weeks. He had finished reading the book, and he paid him 600,000 naira. He said that is the value of the book, that he does not pay for price. Because his business is rooted in his relationship with his grandfather, Alhaji Dantata. He was the first person who brought that money that set up First Bank of Nigeria. That bank is the oldest bank, 1896, I think. It was his grandfather who provided money to start First Bank. So his business is rooted in that attitude. But you see, I think what happened in Ghana was that the Ghanaian government approached him like a woman. Pay for this, pay for this. So he has not been inducted into the social value system. Honestly, if you tell the politicians to tell Dangote, okay, Oga, you have been selling cement, what can you do in Ghana? You'll be surprised. Because I know he spends billions of naira every year on academic work, on researches. There's nothing he does that does not have a social impact. And that is one of his strengths. When the government told him to buy oil in dollars, he said never. He will buy oil in naira and process in naira. So I'm just putting that is one aspect. The second aspect about social enterprises, there's also a communal issue. What is the value system type? Because that is our challenge in Nigeria. For someone like Dangote, if he wants to help you, he will give you something that has a value. He will rather give you a scholarship to study than give you cash to spend. Because he believes that the only impact he can make is if you are well educated. So you may not go to him and he will give you money. He will ask you, what is your value proposition? Like the pastor who came to sell a book. And eventually, today, that pastor is no longer selling a bookshop. He's selling online. That is the kind of person Dangote is. So if you interact with him and he doesn't see improvement in 3 years, as far as he's concerned, you're a useless person. If you go to Dangote and say, I need 50,000, you say, what do you need it for? I can provide it. You don't need money. You need something that can help you make money. If you look at Davido, all of you, the young ones, you know Davido, the musician. It was Davido's grandfather that was Dangote's first banker, who provided him all the money he needed when he started business. And everybody in Nigeria knows that anywhere their Adeleke family is, he supports them. There is nowhere Davido is going, all those agents to see him shouting about. It belongs to Dangote. Davido does not own any private jets. They are all Dangote's that private jet is running around with. I'm just trying to describe the character of somebody. And my dear chief, please, whatever means and wherever people you know, start from the Ghana High Commission in Nigeria, look for Dangote. He will surprise you. I'm telling you. He will surprise you. If you're able to get down to sit down with him, he will surprise you. He may not give you cash, but he may take up a project in that place. So social business, in summary, sorry to take your time.
No, it's okay.
Essentially is about giving back to the community, about being able to do business, make profits, and give back. And it is rooted in attitude, it is rooted in policy. Because of someone like Dangote now, in Nigeria, there's a company that wants to set up somewhere in Benue now. They want to set up a processing industry. The law in Nigeria is, if you want to set up an industry now, they will look at the area. There are 3 things you must establish. 1, you must establish an access road. If the community has a primary school, you must build a model secondary school. If the community has a health center, you must upgrade to a hospital. Because just coming and giving the chiefs money, they will marry more wives and do more parties. The community does not benefit. It does not benefit. And then under our new oil law now, if you set up a company in an oil producing area, the community has 3% of the shares of the company, and you must put a member of that community on the board of the company to protect the interests of the company. So most times, if you have time to listen to Nigerian news and you hear a community fighting a company, the company and the community knows what they are fighting about. They know what they are fighting over. Because if you establish a company, the guidelines are there. Have you done the road? Have you upgraded the school? How many scholarships have you given the community? Government is saying, don't give anybody cash. It doesn't work. It's when a chief, sorry again to use the example, has too much money. he gets a brigade, recruits some thugs and gives them arms to enforce his law, is it not? If the chief has no money but has goodwill, the community will be happy, but the chief will be powerless. So if you also listen to our news these days, we are now in the business of removing chiefs. You see a community, they wake up, vandalize the palace of the chief and say they don't want him anymore. And the root cause of it most times is you are useless to the community as the chief. How many organizations have you brought in? How much money, how much investment have you brought into the community? So that as young people starting out, please avoid this temptation of thinking that value is money. No. One of the things you find out about money is that the value is changing all the time. When I came to Ghana last, a bottle of water was 1 cedi. Yesterday they told me it's 3 cedi. But it's still water. It's still the same water that I know, isn't it? Which means you need more money now to buy the water than you needed to buy it 4 years ago. It doesn't change anything. But if a value has been created, okay, let's assume this program took place and Dangote say I'm going to supply all the water. We will drink plenty of water now, eat plenty of food, is it not? So please, you should reorient, because part of the challenge of social business is the community orientation. What do you consider as value? Like the presentation you made. If you go to the website of Abia State Government in Nigeria, there were a lot of geological damage done to residential houses. And the question now became, how do you fix it and not chase the community away? They just completed that project. This only was fixed, the erosion problem was solved, and no house was damaged. Because the governor is somebody who says there must be environmental impact assessments, that you must start every developmental project from the people, not from the perspective of the company. So there are these incremental changes of mentality and ideas, but it's just how do you aggregate it together? And that's why, Mohammed Yunus was a very big impact in terms of microfinance in Nigeria. For example, in Nigeria microfinance system, it is people like my sister who benefit. Under our microfinance rule now, especially for some banks, the FCMB, even Fidelity Bank, they have loans only dedicated to women. Because according to a study done 5 years ago, they were able to establish that when you make a woman rich, you make her children rich. So in Nigeria, if you want to get money from a microfinance bank, they tell you to set up a committee of 10. Out of that 10, 8 are women, 2 are men. And the men must have a secretary. Now, they graduate the loan. It is after all the women have got loan, then the men get loan. And the idea is, once the women have gotten the loans and they have paid back, then the man can get a loan. And the conclusion of their study at that time was that no matter how rich a woman is, the children will end up collecting her assets and liabilities. Even if a woman builds a house, she's building a house for her children. If she has 100 CDs, you can be sure 70 CDs will go into her children. If a young girl has money, at the end of the day, the husband will get part of it. She will cook soup. She will want to make her marriage happy. She will make her home happy. So I'm sure recently if you see some of our Nigerian women here, they are full of themselves. You see a Nigerian woman, she's full of herself. It's as if, what can you give me? Who you be? You see the attitude with our Nigerian women. And they say they are very proud and cocky. They know. It's easier for a woman to walk into a bank and get money to buy a car than a man. No bank, no microfinance bank will give you loan in Nigeria if you have not brought a woman to collect a loan and monitored her, making sure that the business she collected the loan for works. So we are creating another problem in Nigeria now. Our women are so stubborn. They are now trying to wear trousers and men wear skirts. But that's the problem for another day. But the point I'm just trying to make is that it is a doable thing. And I know you have a connection with politicians. Please tell them privately. If you like, go online, Google and see what Dangote Foundation is doing. Tell your ministers in government. Tell them, look, we are buying Dangote cement. What is Dangote doing for Ghana? See the things he's doing for Nigeria. See the support he's giving to universities. Invite him to Ghana. Last week he was in Uganda. Because of his activities in Nigeria for the refinery, the Ugandan government decided that it is him they want to build a refinery to help them process oil. Because they know, based on his own business practice in Nigeria, that they will get benefits. You know, I was sharing with him when we were coming that the challenge of the Ghanaian politician is that he's so fixated about the next election that he does not even see the benefits accruable from relating with Nigeria. How can Dangote be supplying cement here and you guys are not talking of 1 million CDs to 1 million CDs to everybody? This doesn't make sense. Those are the things he does routinely in Nigeria. So it means the politicians are not doing their work. That's the meaning. To be honest with you, challenge the Minister for Education. Invite the man to Ghana and tell him to do something. And I'm sure you'll tell a different story. Thank you. I'm sorry for taking your time. Let me hold the microphone.
Thank you. Right, where to pick up from? Any point. I think one of the things I would say, just to reflect perhaps some differences between what's been happening in the UK and what is happening now in Nigeria and Ghana and other countries, is that there is an area in which, if you take out these fancy words, social enterprise, you think about value creation, you think about the incentives that are driving businesses to think about their social responsibility, it is becoming more of an imperative. It's not just a philanthropic act. It is becoming more of an imperative. So use this just as a kind of thought piece, but shape it in your own view. Think about how it relates to you. And one of the things that someone told me, it's the last thing I'll say on my own anecdotes, is that it isn't complicated. You just need to walk down your street, probably within 10 paces you'll see new opportunities. And if business did anything at any time, ever, it was always just to solve problems. The extent to which they do that, how they do that, is what the social enterprise tries to drive to ensure there is some triple bottom line. Okay, not sure what's happened here. So I'm just going to go through some of the key principles that underlie what social enterprises must deliver to kind of grab that title. And this is from Social Enterprise UK, so consider how it relates locally here, or not. But to be a social enterprise in the UK, a business must have a clear social or environmental mission set out in its governing documents and be controlled by them. It must be independent of state or government control and earn more than half of its profits through these social means, these different channels, social and environmental as they may be. It must be transparent in the way that it operates, and the more impact that it has, the more credible that impact must be. It can't just be greenwashing or talking up things and actually when you peel back the surface, there's nothing actually happening. It has to have some evidence base to it. You can look at some of the Science-Based Targets Initiative in terms of how that relates to the climate agenda. And then for some, but not all, there is a mandate to sort of reinvest or donate at least half of the profits or surpluses towards their social and environmental objectives. One of the things that underplays a lot of this is that the consumer market and broadly some of what we're seeing in the economy is driven by these more ethical principles. So there is a bit of a hunger. We have these conscious millennials that have very specific demands of their businesses, their brands, in terms of how it aligns with their values. So coming back to what Prof was talking about, we're in the value economy, right? This is from the World Economic Forum. And again, this is more just intended to think about what is it that you can do? How are you going to make this happen? How are you going to mobilize a social enterprise? Raising the possible. Innovation, knowledge, research, all of the things, this amazing, vast knowledge that we have in the room. How are we putting that to purpose? What are the opportunities within industry, within business, to really deploy that innovation, that knowledge, those technical disciplines in an innovative way? What can we do to raise the level of the desirable, change the norms, change the values, change the way we look at things and look at what's happening in our communities and think about it with a fresh mind, fresh pair of eyes? That may be about raising awareness. It may be about advocating for the needs of those local to us, doing that a little bit more than we do on a day-to-day basis, inspiring people to demand a job that has purpose, that has other things bound into it. And then raising the acceptable, the rules, the standards, the policy. Our colleague spoke earlier this morning about some of our governmental structures not having the teeth required to regulate, to control malpractice in the community. Can that be turned into an opportunity? Can that be turned into a new proposition? So I wanted to sort of leave you with a couple of options. One around whether you would want to build an enterprise that has this as its driving force, or whether you feel that you're an entrepreneur, as we say, someone who's working within the structure, within the business, within those departments, creating the collaborations necessary, creating the movements, creating the policies, creating the programs, creating the work necessary to make business shift the access that it's currently driving on. Both of those things are very important. In the UK, we get everywhere, we get very obsessed with being a founder, a business holder, or whatever, looking good. But actually, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes. And no one often gets to hear about how much work went into making change really happen. So it's not always about being the figurehead. I had some just very high-level overviews of building a good business, identifying the problem that needs solving, keeping good social environmental principles at the heart of business decision-making and business processes, and then delivering profit, not just for the business, not just for shareholders, but for people and for planet, and believing that that is possible. Generating the revenue to keep the business going is not just a small thing. Every business will either succeed or fail on the strengths of whether it's able to generate profit and maintain its income, right? One of the reasons why I feel social enterprise is very attractive is that it enables socially or purpose-driven entities, previously NGOs, charities, whatever they may be, to maintain a level of independence, to not have to constantly go cap in hand looking for more funding. But if they can incorporate these principles into their business model and do so well, that revenue can continue to help them maintain their independence as they go forward. And then reinvesting the profits of the business back into the community. So those are the kind of key high-level things. Put differently, make the sale. That's all it is. That's all business is doing. Selling you a solution that someone will say, what is the value, not what is the cost, right? Check the socials, check the environmental. It's up to you, but don't do it in a half-hearted way. Be genuine. Think about how to track and trace and validate that position and that purpose. And then grow at scale. Because if you can't scale these enterprises, these initiatives, well, at least you tried, but it's not what's going to drive some of the sustainable thinking, the sustainable development, this type of innovation that we need to persist. I saw this the other day and I thought it was brilliant. I didn't see this when I was last in Ghana. So this is Director General Patience Bofiboni, I think. And I thought this was interesting because it flipped the whole idea of social enterprise for me on its head a little bit. Often we think about business driving this concept of let's get this wheel working in the right way, so that we're doing something profitable, that we're giving back socially, that we're doing something that has a community benefit. Think Prisons 360. Throwaway people, prisoners, often so they are described, delivering a service, being paid for it, given respectable work, and running what can be a profitable business. And that's coming from, I believe, a government sort of led initiative. But that made me think that it's not just about business, but there are ways that once we think clearly around how we can integrate some of these ideas and principles in a systemic way into our day-to-day work, non-sector specific, wonderful things can happen. This was another example, Baba Ngona, who's been focusing on the agriculture, sustainable development kind of angle. But those are just some examples really of what's happening. And this was a page from the Financial Times which spoke to the fact that businesses are actually starting to give up. Some of them, or some of the big ones that perhaps have become so cumbersome that it's hard to steer the tanker around and just do what really needs to be done. They don't have that agility. The imperative is still there. Moving the goalposts on green targets. Some of the biggest businesses, tech businesses, you name them, they would rather move the goalpost than do what needs to be done. So this isn't something to get into if you're not willing to confront the complexity of actually achieving it. Does that make it a noble pursuit? I believe it still does. But the proof is in the pudding. And I just wanted to kind of share this tool. We probably won't have time to go through it much, but in terms of climate action and looking at particular models that you can use to create your own climate action related planner within a business, whether it's a large scale business, you can go to this tool, you can create your own profile, and it will essentially do an action plan that centers your climate specific related goals for a business. And it will give you a roadmap to then go through and make sure you're addressing each of the individual components required to deliver climate action through a business mechanism and through the business drivers. So I would urge you to look at that. It's completely free. Sign up, put your name, put your business, decide on some of the kind of goals that you're looking to identify and that you want to deliver on, and create an action plan. It's that simple, just a click of a button. Give it a shot. And that's it. That's me. I hope you've enjoyed today's talk. Thank you to my two colleagues for creating the context of what this means. And yeah, I'd like to welcome any questions you may have. Thank you. No? Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. We'll now have a representative from the Environmental Systems Research Institute giving us a special address on geospatial technology for climate entrepreneurship.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon. Yeah, so permit me to start on existing protocols. My name is Samuel Zoe with Sambus Geospatial Limited, distributors for SG. I will not be doing the presentation at this moment. I'm sure the time is far spent and we want to go for lunch. But hopefully after lunch, we have a detailed workshop that will be coming up with demos and all of that. And so I'll just do a brief address and then we'll take it up from there. I hope that is okay. All right, thank you very much. On behalf of Sambos Geospatial, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the University College of Water Science and Engineering and the organizers of Calibrate 2026 for the invitation to participate in this important gathering under the theme, Scaling Climate Solutions from Innovation to Implementation. Today I have the privilege of speaking on the topic, Geospatial Technology for Climate Entrepreneurship. As the earlier speaker alluded to, is the continent least responsible for climate crisis. Yet it is among those bearing the heaviest burden. You know, when you look at from the shrinking lake of Lake Chad to advancing deserts of the Sahel, from erratic rainfall patterns devastating smallholder farmers in the Volta Basin to rising sea levels threatening our coastal communities right here in Accra. The consequences of a warming planet are not abstract projections. I'm sure the various presentations have indicated that already. They are the lived realities of millions of Africans today. However, beyond the challenge lies a major opportunity, an opportunity for African innovators, entrepreneurs, startups, researchers, and institutions to develop scalable, technology-driven solutions capable of transforming lives and economies. One of the most powerful enablers of this transformation is geospatial technology. Geospatial technology encompasses two systems used to collect, analyze, and manage location-based data. These include geographic information systems, remote sensing, drones, GPS, and name it. Today, location intelligence is helping organizations, governments make smarter decisions across agriculture, mining, water resources, and many more sectors. At Sambos Geospatial Limited, we have witnessed this transformation firsthand. Sambos is an experienced geospatial intelligence company with a rich history spanning over 30 years in the business, or should I say industry. As pioneers in the geospatial sector, we proudly serve as the exclusive distributor for Edge Software, authorized partners for leading technologies like Geospatial, Wingshot Drones, Jimbo Solutions, across Ghana, Nigeria, Gabon, Gambia, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. With our headquarters in Accra, Ghana, and operational offices in Abuja and Lagos, Nigeria, Sambos Geospatial continues to support governments, academia, private sector organizations, NGOs, and development institutions with innovative geospatial solutions that improve planning, operations, and decision-making across West Africa. Just to give you a few examples, we have supported the Ghana Cocoa Board in the national database of cocoa farms and their corresponding owners to enhance traceability, planning, and sector management. When you look at the utility sector, we have worked with the Ghana Water Limited to digitize the processes involved in applying for water service connections to individual premises, thereby improving operational efficiency and customer service delivery. We've also partnered with Action Aid Liberia to equip local farmers with practical geospatial tools to improve agricultural productivity and support data-driven decision-making. In Gambia, we have supported the Gambia Bureau of Statistics in adopting a fully digital GIS integrated mapping approach using SG's ArcGIS statistical modernization package to modernize the entire census lifecycle. So when you look at all the way from planning, mapping, field data collection, supervision, quality assurance, analysis, and then the dissemination. Additionally, we have supported the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation in identifying and implementing optimal pipeline routes to connect stranded and contingent hydrocarbon resources to existing processing facilities and export terminals. But beyond the enterprise solutions, geospatial technology presents significant opportunities for climate entrepreneurship. Young innovators can build climate-smart agricultural platforms using satellite imagery, GIS analytics, to support farmers with precision farming and crop monitoring. Entrepreneurs can develop flood early warning systems, renewable energy planning tools, carbon monitoring platforms, and environmental risk dashboards. Drone services can support land mapping, forestry monitoring, and infrastructure inspections. The opportunities, or should I say possibilities, are enormous. What is even more exciting is that many of these technologies are becoming increasingly accessible to students, startups, and educational institutions. Through our partnership with ESRI, educational institutions can access dedicated academic licensing packages designed to equip students and researchers with world-class geospatial tools and resources. This creates opportunities for universities to train the next generation of climate innovators and digital entrepreneurs. In addition, platforms such as the Africa Geoportal, which you can see the banner right there, are helping democratize access to geospatial technology across the continent. The Africa Geoportal is free, cloud-based mapping platform powered by ESRI and designed specifically to support geospatial analysis across Africa. It provides open geographic data, web GIS tools, training resources, and collaborative capabilities that allow users to analyze and solve local and regional challenges. Whether it is climate resilience, disaster management, urban planning, agriculture, or environmental monitoring, the Africa Geoportal enables students, researchers, policymakers, and entrepreneurs to leverage spatial data for informed decision-making and innovation. At Sambu Geospatial, we strongly believe that capacity building is key to Africa's digital and climate transformation agenda. This is why we are championing the Sambu's Geo Academy initiative across tertiary institutions. The Geo Academy seeks to expose students to practical geospatial technologies, spatial thinking, and industry applications that prepare them for emerging opportunities in climate technology, digital transformation, and entrepreneurship. The goal is simple: to bridge the gap between academia and industry, while equipping young Africans with relevant digital and geospatial skills needed for the future economy. As part of our participation in Calibrate 2026, we will also be hosting a practical workshop on tools for climate entrepreneurs. I believe that will be just after lunch, and so I would entreat you to look for that session as well. During the workshop, the Africa Geoportal will be highlighted extensively, including practical demonstrations on how students, researchers, entrepreneurs, and institutions can leverage the platform for climate analysis, environmental monitoring, collaboration, and data-driven decision-making. We believe this will expose participants to accessible geospatial resources that can support innovation and sustainable enterprise development across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to build geospatial capacity and innovation ecosystems across Africa, I would want to take the opportunity to also indicate that we'll be organizing the ESRI User Conference West Africa 2026, which will take place here in Accra at the Movenpick Ambassador Hotel on the 15th and 16th of September 2026. This year's conference will feature technical sessions, industry showcases, innovation discussions, networking opportunities, call for papers, hackathons, which aim at empowering young innovators to develop impactful geospatial solutions to real-world challenges. We believe platforms like this conference are critical to fostering collaboration, innovation, knowledge sharing, and capacity building with a geospatial ecosystem across the region. And so we want to entreat you to participate and be a part of the growing geospatial transformation movement in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa has one of the youngest populations in the world. We do not lack talent, creativity, or ambition. What we need is stronger collaboration between academia, industry, government, and development partners to create enabling ecosystems where innovation can thrive. This is why Calibrate 2026 is so important. They bring together ideas, partnerships, research, and enterprise into one space focused on implementation and impact. As we move forward, climate must not only be seen as an environmental responsibility, but also as an economic opportunity capable of creating jobs, strengthening resilience, and accelerating sustainable development across Africa. To the students and young entrepreneurs here today, I encourage you to embrace technology, embrace innovation, and think boldly about solving African problems with African solutions. Geospatial technology is not just about maps. It is about understanding relationships, solving real-world challenges, improving decision-making, and creating sustainable impact. And at Sambo Geospatial, we remain committed to geospatial innovation, capacity building, and digital transformation across the continent. We believe that resilience and sustainable in Africa will be powered by data, technology, collaboration, and innovation. Let us therefore move beyond conversation and towards implementation. Let us raise African talent, empower African enterprise, and build climate solutions that are scalable, impactful, and sustainable. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a successful and impactful Calibrate 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will now take a break so that we can have our lunch, and we'll convene again when lunch is over. Thank you. For those online, please, you are free to go for a break, and then we'll come back again to join the event.
Hi everyone, Esther here from Kenya. I'm inviting you to Calibrate 2026, the first in-person climate conference focusing on raising African enterprise and talent. It is a great space to learn real climate solutions, connect with innovators, and discover opportunities that could turn your ideas into impact. The event will be held in Accra, Ghana from the 21st of May to the 23rd of May this year. If you are passionate about climate action or entrepreneurship, don't miss this. Scan the QR code to register and see you there.
Hi there, I'm Granny from South Africa, and I'm inviting you to Calibrate 2026, a unique climate conference happening in Accra, Ghana from the 21st to the 23rd of May 2026. This is your chance to dive into cutting-edge climate solutions, interact with researchers, and turn your ideas into game-changing impact. Whether you are a climate enthusiast, entrepreneur, or passionate about creating change, you are welcome to join us. Scan the code to register. See you there. Thank you.
Protecting water, empowering the future. Water is the pulse of our planet, shaping civilization, sustaining ecosystems, and supporting every form of life. From rivers that nourish communities to oceans that regulate climate system, water remains the foundation of our shared future. At Rivers Crew Solutions, we recognize rivers and oceans as the most vital natural system on Earth. What began as a vision to harness the power of moving water has evolved into a global mission focused on environmental intelligence and water security. Today, we are a provider of advanced satellite imagery, water system analysis, precision monitoring instruments, and AI-driven environmental intelligence designed to support decision-making for governments, researchers, and communities worldwide. Our systems deliver global environmental coverage by combining satellite intelligence with real-world field data across continents, creating a unified understanding of water systems and environmental changes at a planetary scale. We also provide real-time monitoring through integrated sensors, telemetry systems, and precision instruments that continuously collect and transmit accurate environmental data from rivers, lakes, and oceans. Our AI analytics transform this data into predictive intelligence, enabling early identification of floods, droughts, and environmental risks so that timely actions can be taken to protect lives, infrastructure, and ecosystems. Behind this technology is a disciplinary team of hydrologists, scientists, engineers, and analysts dedicated to studying and protecting global water systems through continuous research, fieldwork, and innovation. We deliver high-resolution satellite imagery and expert analysis to monitor changes in water systems, supporting water security, infrastructure planning, environmental sustainability, and long-term climate resilience strategies. Our integrated platforms combine satellite data, meteorological input, sensor network, and AI analytics into a single intelligent system that enables real-time monitoring, predictive insight, and comprehensive environmental management. Through collaboration with universities, governments, NGOs, and research institutions, we advance hydrology, climate science, and sustainable water management, ensuring that data-driven insight contributes to global environmental progress and resilience. Protecting water, empowering the future.
Heavy voices in my head. City lights blur my brain, I smile and sleep. I've been dancing with my shadow, sipping on a grape. Every promise that I made, I ain't fixed it yet. I'm fragile, but I move like I'm bulletproof. Broken prayers in my chest and I'm telling too. I was lost in the rhythm of a lonely road. Till your love by my soul, now I'm coming home. When the world gets colder, I feel fire. When my faith is shaking, you lift me higher. I was down and deep inside my fear, and your voice whispered, I'm ready. Will you be my healer, healer? Touch my skies, make them clear. I'm wait up for you, pull me near. You'll be my healer, healer. Every tear turns to glitter. In your arms, I feel fever.
I see your strength through the cracks you hide. One that hurt could have dim your light. You don't have to wear that crown, I know. Do your movies down, your heart be numb. I've walked through fire, I've danced in rain. Till my wounds and no power, my loss in the game, baby. Let me be a safe space tonight, where the darkness makes my light. Where your breath gets heavy, Nina. When your hope feels distant, just believe. Every storm you survive, and you will. I'll remind you how powerful you are. I read your soul, I see God in your face. Your love will guide me back again. In a world that tries to steal us, I'll call your name, my healer.
It's hard, every voice is in my head. City lights turn my pain and smile instead. I've been dancing with my shadows up on my weak bed. Every promise that I made, I haven't faced it yet. I'm fragile, but I move like I'm bulletproof. Broken prayers in my chest and I'm turning true. I was lost in the rhythm of a lonely road. See your love for my soul, I'm coming home. When the world gets cold, I feel your fire. When my faith is flaking, you lift me high. inside my feet. And your voice whispered at my ear. You will be my healer, healer. Touch my scars, didn't feel it, and I fall you from near. You will be my healer, healer. Baby, teach us she cleaner. Heal all I feel.
I see your strength through the cracks of hide. All that hurt couldn't dim the light. You don't have to wear that crown alone. Tear your worries down, let your heart be known. I walk through fire, I've been spin rain to my wounds and the power of my loss in the game. Maybe let me be your safe space tonight, where your darkness meets my light.
When no back this heavy, you need on me. I'm no hope was distant, just believe. Every story survives when you feel. I remind you how powerful you feel. I'm your healer, healer. I read your soul like it's scripture. I see gold in your feather. Healer, I restore what they couldn't. I love you, how you shine. No more hiding from the truth with you. Every broken piece to the work of art. If the night feels endless, hold my hand. We'll us together, make us stand.
Don't pay, don't pay,
Don't pay,
don't pay, don't stay,
don't stay.
don't pay, don't pay.
Tomorrow will get away. Your love will guide me back again. In a world that tries to steal us, I'll call your name.
My healer, my healer.
Through the dark and the fire.
Izinyathelo zempilo sizihole kancane.
Isihambi
sihleli phansi ekhishini upheka itiye uhleka kancane amaphupho ethu esondelene ikhuphuka isikhathi siyema
izinyathelo zempilo sizihamba nawe sisonke uhamba nami isikhathi sethu thatha isandla sami sisondele. Imifanekiso emqondweni usuku lokuqala sangibona izinkulumo ezinde busuku sithembisana singesabi lutho izinyathelo zempilo sizihamba nawe sisonke uhamba nami isikhathi sethu thatha isandla sami sisondele ikhona 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 nami sandona ikhona ikhona ifana ilela ilalela wena
kancane kancane siyaphila sifunda siyakholelana inhliziyo yakho siyangena sikhubani indaba izinyathelo zempilo sizihamba nawe sisonke uhamba nami isikhathi sethu thatha isandla sami sisonke izinyathelo zempilo uhamba nami izinyathelo zempilo ngaze ngathola ikhaya
Yaziswela kutenengono katengelela amanda mbelo mama wengichela izimpande zakho ziqinile ngibona imizi isakhula entabeni emnyama uyaphila ngihamba kancane iphungule phunga lomhlaba emva kwemvula izandla zikababa emaleni sihleze elangalaleni amandla mbelo angibamba angiphilisa ngiphenduke ekhaya lapho inhliziyo iphumula amandla mbelo angikhombisa indlela sondela umoya phakamise izwi lami ngijule igama lakho Africa baba uthi ukukhanya kusekhaya nalapho ngetusizi funda ukutetela ubuhlungu ngiyahlala ngiyadansa ngaphakathi velo ngihlala lapha nje ngiphefumula.
Late night kitchen, steam on the glass. You hum that old song, let the minutes pass. Uyambuka kancane, ngiyahleka nje, inhliziyo yami kwehlela phansi, inhliziyo iyakhula, ngikubamba sedwa, kule ndlela endala, sihamba kancane, kancane, inhliziyo iyakhula, ngiyiswa iphefumula. Uma uthi ungithanda, nami ngithi yebo. Photo on the fridge, corners turning brown. We talking half words, but I hear every sound. Ubaba wesho Lupheli uma lithinwa kahle emzimbeni enhliziyweni, inhliziyo iyakhula, ikubamba sedwa, kule ndlela endala, sihamba kancane, kancane, inhliziyo iyakhula, yizwa iphefumula. Uma uthi ungithanda, nami ngithi yebo. Hayi kancane, inhliziyo yami iyakhula, woza duze, woza la, ungisize ngibambe, inhliziyo iyakhula, ngikubamba sedwa, kule ndlela endala, sihamba kancane, kancane, inhliziyo iyakhula, ngiyiswa iphefumula. Uma uthi ungithanda, nami ngithi yebo.
Sihleli etafuleni sakudala, iziphoto sezolo phakathi kwethu, Luzi usaphefumula epanini, uphefuma inhliziyo, ithi khumbula inhliziyo yomhlaba ishaya phakathi kwethu ikuzwa ngakini noma kude isekhaya inhliziyo yomhlaba ithini igama lakho ngimamatheka ngikhale ngingene kuwe ngikhumbula iflyer kwekhishini uhleka uthi life iyahamba umoya uphethi ungale kodwe ngivale amehlo ngibuye lapho inhliziyo yomhlaba ishaya phakathi kwethu ikuzwa ngakini noma kude ngisekhaya inhliziyo yomhlaba ithini igama lakho ngimamatheka ngikhale ngingene kuwe ngiselele inhliziyo yomhlaba ishaya phakathi kwethu ikuzwa ngakini noma kude isekhaya inhliziyo yomhlaba ithini igama lakho Yavuma namhlanje isigqizo flako yalizwa ngaphakathi ukuhamba kancane siyadansa emoyeni sithi khumbula lawa malanga sihlezi ngaphandle nje umoya ufika kancane ubusuku buzokala buyimvelo ihleka nawe ngamehlo asikho isidingo sokukhuluma izinja ziklabalasa kude uphefumula inhliziyo yami isigqizo somhlaba siyangiba labo uhamba ungibuka ngiyabona Siyangituduza lapho izandla zethu zifamana iyazizwa nguye sithi hamba kanani sithanda ungaseshe ukuvumelwe imikhondo yakho phansi komhlaba yangiqondise kumnandi ithi wena ungilondoloza iseqiso umhlaba sangibamba yabo uhamba ungikuba ngiyabona iseqiso umhlaba siyangituduza lapho izandla zethu zihlangana ngiyazizwa ngibuye ekhaya malela inhliziyo iyagula sithi Nkosi siyabonga othango phansi umuthi sasingenandaba nesikhathi umoya yawuthule phakathi kwethu
wayehleka uthi buka mina amathambo amephola kancane ngathi ngiyakuthanda kodwa ngisaba wakubeka esandleni sami wathi hamba nami
izikhathi zomhlaba ziyajika kodwa wena ushukuthula kimi izikhathi zomhlaba lapho mkhala ngiyabona ungisondela kimi woza uhlalela kimi ubusuku bude inhliziyo yami ilalalela izikhathi zomhlaba kodwa wena sihamba kancane emgwaqweni izinkanyezi ziphefumula phezulu wangibuka uthi angisafuni ukulahleka mina ngathi sithembisane lapha ngizokukhumbula uma kuphola ngethunga lethu etafuleni sesidlulile izwi lakho lihlala kimi izikhathi zomhlaba ziyajika kodwa wena ushukuthula kimi izikhathi zomhlaba lapho ngikhala ngiyabona ngisondela kimi osa uhlalela kimi ubusuku bude inhliziyo yami yalalela izikhathi zomhlaba kodwa wena unguguki kimi nami ngikhona ngiyakuzwa izikhathi zomhlaba bamba isandla sami sithandwa izikhathi zomhlaba ozala
the Africa Geoportal. Then we would zig into a brief demonstration. So registering for the Africa Geoportal, then showing you the tools that are readily available for various purposes. Well, the climate actions is one, but they have a lot of other things. We can do health and all those other ones in there. Yes. Without wasting time, I will jump straight into the presentation. Yes. All right. So the founder of Esri gave a quote when Africa Geoportal was being launched, and the quote reads, "We are deeply committed to supporting innovation in Africa, helping users discover, explore, and understand the vast information available to them through the power of maps." This is very touching. Esri basically talks about the science of where, understanding where your location is and making decisions out of where your location is, using that information to be able to come up with informed decisions on particular things. And one of the things that was discovered leading to the creation of this particular Africa Geoportal is that Africa has a lot of problems. Africa need the resources to be able to develop on their own, but the resources available are not readily there. So if we check on the Esri platform, it's only Africa that has this platform done for them. All the other regions are using the proprietary platforms, so they have to pay for the full services. But Africa has this particular one developed for people who do not have the resources to purchase the full scope of the tool to use in doing their work. All right, so the discovery was made on the realities, what is happening in Africa, and some of the opportunities that lie for this particular portal that was developed. And some of the realities we see on the presentation slide shows the growing population, urbanization, resource shortages, and widespread poverty, corruption, and access to health and education being challenges that are readily available. And for this reason, when we go into the platform, you see there are a lot of tools people have developed based on these I have mentioned. There are even more areas that are readily available that one can use. And the opportunities that came out, looking at the problems and the opportunities, over 50 countries, that's a very wide population. As you can see on the slide, over 1.2 billion people on the continent, which means there's a lot that can happen. And we have a GDP of about 2.2 trillion. That's huge, with over 1,000 languages, and internet penetration is going like 20% year on year, which is high. This is an online platform, so once there's internet availability, it means the tool can always be used. And tech innovation is the norm in Africa. I've attended a number of startups and programs that have been done in Africa, and we tend to see that most of the startups in Africa are in the tech-related space. Even if it's agric, there's always let's say a technological tool that is being developed to help in that sector. If it's in communication, there are tools that are being developed in this area. So at least Esri saw that this is a an area that they can go in. And that is one of the reasons why this particular portal was developed. Now, the vision and objectives of the portal. Well, the vision is to provide a one-stop shop that provides geographic content for web development, basically. So for people in Africa and those working on African-related projects, this is a one-stop shop for you. You're able to use it to develop your tools without any problem. How is this done? This removes the barrier of entry into geospatial technology and data. And for, like I mentioned earlier, I think 2 slides back, the cost of the software is a huge problem. And if they are able to provide you a platform that you can use in doing most of your work without paying the premium price of it, this is a good beginning. You can start from there, then you develop on the other ones. All right. I also enables a sustainable portal of portals for existing and new geospatial data focused on Africa. Originally, the portal is supposed to host data that is Africa related. But in recent times, I've seen that there are some other countries that are trying to put 1 or 2 data points on the platform. And when the assessment is done, mostly there's a team that is responsible for this, and they tend to remove data that is meant for commercial purposes on the platform, and data that is sensitive, that is not supposed to be out there, they tend to take them out. But this is supposed to be something that is freely available for everyone to use in doing what you have to do. Also provides a platform to promote premium data. So as I mentioned, if you have sensitive data that you cannot put everything out there, but you want to let people know that, oh, I have this data available, you can contact me. This is a good platform to do that. You put snippet of that data in there, and you can let people know that, oh, if I contact this person, I can get this amount of data or this quality of data from the people. So this morning we heard GMET talk about what they are doing. They are actually leveraging on the Africa Geoportal to do what was shown to you. Most of what they develop is on the Africa Geoportal because the data is supposed to be freely available to the general public and be out there. Yes. Okay. All right. So for contributors and beneficiaries, what you tend to get, there's a lot of open data available on the Africa Geoportal. You can access to do your work. There are international organizations there also putting out information. So for students in particular who are into specific research areas, this is a good source of geographic data you can go for. So Africa initiatives are also on there with most of the work they do that are supposed to be published to the general public is put on there so that you can go there, read their reports, also have access to the data that was collected during the project. African organizations are on there. The African Union is there, and all the other regional bodies have created groups there. I think when we enter into the demo section, I'll show a slide which shows the country-specific portals that have been created with data from those countries uploaded there. So if you need data, you can go in there, look for it. If it's something you want, you pick it up and do whatever you have to do. So Africa Innovation Labs are on there. We also have commercial data providers in there. Like I mentioned, they put snippets of their information. Then you can contact them for the data. Other users are also on it. So the governments, the private sector, all those ones are also on the platform. So some of the tools, there are a lot. So the Esri Living Atlas is a collection of data points that have been validated by Esri. And once you have an account on the Africa Geoportal, you can have access to data from the Esri Living Atlas. So administrative boundaries, land cover maps, imagery, real-time traffic data, wind and water, and demographic data can all be found there. We also have the open source data points in there, and the commercial and community-related data points are also there. And on the Africa Geoportal, you have access to tools for mapping, analysis, and sharing. You also can collaborate with other people. So you are working on a project that you want other people to contribute, you can put the data there, connect with them, and let them have access to the data, and they can also work on it as you are also working on. For collaboration, Africa Geoportal does a very good work. For organizations, they can share content, like I just mentioned. So this slide speaks more about that. So enables better and fast decision making. If you are sharing data this way, it's very transparent. So everyone sees what you are doing. If you make a mistake, someone can easily draw your attention and tell you, oh, on this particular layer or data point you've put there, there's an error. Please have a look at it. Then you can correct it and make it fast. Easy data collection is on there. You can also do a number of things basically. And the fact that you get people contributing also improves the ability of you not making mistakes in doing what you have to do. On the commercial data providers side, like I mentioned, they provide a lot of data to the open platforms and give you access to premium offerings so that you can contact them for that. You can also reach more users by using the Africa Geoportal and can also promote your tools and apps you develop. So on the Africa Geoportal, you can develop your apps for data collection and for specific other stuff. Yeah. Okay, now we look at the country pages. So like I mentioned, countries have built pages to promote specific things for them. So specific data, story points, and user communities where they share specific things. And the benefits are you have freely available templates you can choose from, so you don't have to go and start coding from scratch. I know Ghana has a portal for data sharing, which is the Ghana Open Data Initiative, GODI. That is something different that was designed by NITA, yes. Then, but if you look at the open portal, when I get there, I think I'll show that. There are a number of countries there. So we have Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, and a host of others who are using this one to host data for their various countries. Yes. Okay. Now for the transparency, a single data point collected by an individual can be shared among various institutions. So let's say data from, let's say, administrative boundaries of Ghana, especially when the new ones were created for Ghana, it was very difficult to get this data when doing research. And a platform like this helps a lot by sharing this data publicly. I can say it took more than 6 months, if I'm not mistaken, for the administrative boundaries, the new administrative boundaries of Ghana, to be available to the general public. Because as at the time it was created, it was just in silos. Individuals were keeping the data and not ready to share it. I remember I had to go to, how do you call it, the Ghana Publishing, to get the gazette of the new districts that were created, to understand where the lines were and how to create something like that, which I shared on my company's intranet, and we're using that to do our work. Until the official one now came out, then we compared to see if what I had was good enough. And luckily on my side, it was good. So we just continued using that, and we didn't have to worry so much about what was done. So for all those that were in my organization, we relied on that particular one. But if something like this was really available, this would have been a good point to put the data, and anyone looking for that data will not have to be going through institutions to ask for, let's say, the Gazette or others to create it, because you readily have a portal where the data will be shared. Okay. For sustainability of the Africa Geoportal, yes. So the platform will always be running because of the structures Esri runs. Currently, Esri has is on the AWS services and it's running continuously, and they pay for it always. So if you are a startup and you don't have the money to run something that will host your data, Esri has made it easy. It will always be running. So as and when you need data, you always get it. This will not be in a situation where you say, oh, my servers are down, so I cannot have access to the data. Esri has made this platform readily available, and you can always access it almost at any time, wherever you are. It also supports continuity and accessibility. It's a portal for referencing and hosting as well, and also promotes Africa Geoportal to gain contribution from other Esri initiatives. So specific programs designed for specific areas, so land, statistics, health, and all those ones have portals there that share their data that you can go and have access to. Some of the data points on Esri, the Africa Geoportal, include the Living Atlas, as I mentioned. We have open data sources, and we have community data, then the private sector data as well. All this one shares data on the Africa Geoportal, so you can always get that to do your work. So these are snippets of how the portal looks. We'll be diving into that soon. And some of the capabilities, yes. So access geospatial tools. You can also get learning resources to learn more. The Africa Living Atlas is there. You also have user success stories on there, and a marketplace, and news and blogs that are available for anyone who would want to use. So this is it on the Africa Geoportal. So I'll be switching to the web, so that so that you see exactly how it looks. Let's see. Okay, so the URL for the portal is africageoportal.com. If you have your computer, you can try typing that in and let's see what you get. Yeah. So you get a page like this, and it has a number of other things you can see. So all the information is on there. And one good thing about the portal is data on the portal should be freely available. If you have proprietary data you don't want to share with anyone, you don't put it in here. Yes, this should be freely available to anyone. So what you do is, I think I'm already logged in, but you can just create an account. If you don't have an account, it will tell you to create an account on the left, the right side of the screen, top right on the screen. So once you do that, an email will be sent to your, you are supposed to use one email actually in creating this. So once you create the email, it should be an official email too, not a freely available email. It shouldn't be a Gmail or a Hotmail or a Yahoo. If you have an organizational email, that is what is usually preferred. If you are a student, your institution email should be used in creating that. And once you create that, you have access to the portal. There are data, there's a data library, so you can always go there and search for data. Let's see, so you have a host of information that is readily available there for you. Yes, but once you connect and you go to the data library, Africa Living Atlas, and there's a host of information there. So you are seeing Africa infant mortality, topographic moisture potential, Africa terrestrial ecosystem. There's a lot of information there. There are lots and lots of information in there that you can search. You can search for specific things you are looking for. Let me see if I can get something. Climate. If not, yes. Well, so I got 18 different items on climate. One way or the other has something to do with climate. So the Africa terrestrial ecosystem, Africa, what is that? Also by climate, Africa carbon biomass. There's a lot. And the good thing is, in here, you can also learn about some of the things you see. So if you see a project here that you are interested in and you don't know how it was done, you can click on it, and mostly there's information on how it's done. And if there's not, you can go on the learning platform. There's a learning center that is up there on the tax bar. You can click on that as well and see the tools that are available for you to learn. Yeah. Okay. So here there are a number of tutorials. I think there was somebody from malaria, working with malaria control. I don't think to see him here anymore. Yes, he was talking about what he could do with this tool. So there's a whole tutorial on how to monitor malaria epidemic here that you can learn on. There are things on species distribution pattern to access protected areas, amongst others. So there's a lot. Depending on your area of interest, you can also get a number of things. So mapping, field operations, spatial analysis and data science, imagery and remote sensing, real-time visualization, 3D visualization and analytics, data management and others. All these are things that are readily available. So those doing project works and you are working in this kind of area that, well, something that you would need geospatial data, this can be a good platform. So you are privileged to have access to the ArcGIS online platform. Yes. So feature tools you have. So you have the ArcGIS online platform where you can go and do your own analysis. You have the story maps. The rep from Ghana met this morning spoke about story maps. They're using story maps to do most of the things we saw this morning. That's what we have here. That's the story map. So that comes in the form of a website. So you do your work and you're able to tell the story, put images, put links. You can even add dashboards and all those ones, speaking to what you are presenting. Yeah. So if you are doing a thesis too and you want to tell the story, you can start from the beginning, how you started everything, put your images, your maps, all those ones in it, and it comes like a blog. So anyone picking it can just read it normally, click on the images, then it can expand into the interface that was shown this morning, for instance, where you have access to play around some of the interactive maps. All that can be done using the story maps. Then you have dashboards, and for those into coding, computer science and coding, you can also do that using your ArcGIS notebooks. We have the field maps. ArcGIS field maps is for data collection. So you need to collect data on a project you are working on. You can create an app for data collection, give it out to people. Let's say an organization want to do, for instance, I mentioned malaria. So let's say malaria program, you want to send people out there to go and inspect or collect data for you. You can create maps, forms that are embedded into field maps for people to go and validate information you already have. Maybe I've gotten data from, let's say, one of the openly available sites, and I need to validate if the data is really correct. You can pull that data into the app, create a form, give it to people in the organization, go and validate if this information is correct. What that will do is the individual is able to navigate to the data points that were on the map, and they go and assess the condition of the phenomenon they are studying. If it meets the criteria, then they check it, and it comes back onto the dashboard. So the one sitting at the back end looking at the data will see that something has been updated. Then you go and verify. If it's correct, you keep it. But if there are problems with it, then you can ask people to go and change, update the information that is already there. So the person going to verify can also do the update. That can be done using field maps. We also have the ArcGIS Hub, which is a platform that allows you to bring in a lot of things to communicate. So I've created a dashboard. I've created a story map. I've created, let's say, an instance app, and I want to put it on a platform that everyone can see. This is a good way of doing it. This one actually creates more like a website for you. So if you don't know how to create a website, but you want to put out some information like that, you can bring all those information into the ArcGIS hub, and it will still communicate that same information for you. We have the instance app for data collection, and we have the survey 123, which is also for data collection. So you create your form, quick form, put it out there, people fill it, then the information comes to you in near real time. Once the person have internet and is completing the form, you the one at the back end will have that information in near real time, and you can do your quality control. And if there's a need for the person to update it, you let the person know and update it there and then. Yes. So these are some of the things. I'll just, would you want to take online? All right. Okay. I'll let my colleague do a little bit on the ArcGIS online just before this one opens. Yes. So I think I mentioned the national geoportals earlier. These are some of the countries that have pages on the Africa geoportal where you can go and get data from. So Cote d'Ivoire is there, Ethiopia, Kenya, Morocco, Namibia, Nigeria, Republic of Congo, Rwanda, Senegal, South Africa, Zimbabwe. Currently, Ghana is not on it. And once we are here, I don't know if Calibrate can champion that, and we'll support to see if we can get a page out there for Ghana on the Africa geoportal. Okay, that's well noted. All right. In 7 minutes. What is that? Oh, just put some data, show some. All right. Yes. So as my colleague comes in, we just look at some of the partners too on the Africa geoportal. Yeah, we have a number of partners. Digital F Africa is there, and the other regional bodies are also there. Yes, that's it. Okay.
All right. It's quite unfortunate we don't have internet connection. We're hoping that this point would have been interactive. But GIS Online, or should I say, the Africa geoportal is actually built on ArcGIS Online. And for those of us who are not familiar, ArcGIS Online, or ArcGIS for that matter, is a map-based solution, right? And so ArcGIS Online is a web-based mapping solution. And over here, we're looking at one of its applications, which is the map, or the, how do I put it? Yeah, the map. So this is where you can do 2D visualization and mapping, right? So I'll just, a quick demo on how to add data, right? And then maybe how to symbolize it, and then maybe we could publish it as a web map. So over here, this is the web map, or like the, should I say, yeah, so it's a base, sorry, yeah, trying to remember that. The base map of the world. So a base map is essentially a reference map to see where you currently are, or where you can actually refer to, and to see if it is accurate. Now, we're going to add, what data? Okay. So what specific data would you want us to add to the map space? I think we can look at administrative boundaries. So if I select the Living Atlas is ArcGIS Online's online database or data hub, right? Any data at all you are looking for, you can easily access it there. So I'll just type boundaries. Yes. So I'll just click. Okay, the original boundary. Right. So I hope we can see the panel to sit to my right or to your left over there. Right. You can see, for example, Ghana district boundaries. Then beneath it, you can see Esri. the partner company we work with. So this typically speaks about the authoritative owner of a particular data set, right? And so once you publish your data on your Joe portal, you would be seen as an owner on the platform, right? And once you see a logo or you see the owner, it shows that it is an authoritative data. So in this case, Esri, in partnership with, I believe, Ghana Statistics, provided this data set, right? So I just added, this is the up-to-date regional boundary, I believe. And then maybe we could add the district too as well. Right. So we're more or less doing basic cartography, our basic cartography in JSS, right? So once I'm done, I'll just go back and then now we have two layers currently sitting on our map space. We have the regional data, right? The regional boundary and then the district data. Now, if I toggle this off, you can only see the regional boundary or the administrative boundary. But then if I, let me toggle. Sorry, let me. Yeah, okay. I think they are all consolidated. Right. So if I click on the three dots over here and I show the table provides a quick snapshot of the attribute information that is in the data. That includes the name of the regions, right? The total population and then the area in square kilometers. And so one other thing I can add is that it is interactive. So if I click on, let's say, Ashanti region, a pop-up would come, right? Then it will show the districts and then the region and then any other information that is attached to the data. Is that okay? All right, so let's do a quick symbology. So if I come down, let me just untoggle this and then let's look at the regional boundary. Yeah. Okay, all right. So if I go to edit style, and then fields. Right, yeah. So if I select the admin and hit add, so now it has been color coded based on the regions. So what you're looking at are the various regions with unique identifiers in terms of color, right? If I go back, say properties, and then let's say I adjust the transparency. I'm looking for the transparency. Right. Back, yeah. Okay. Yeah, then the colors should show. Probably rendering issues, that is why the other regions are not showing. Yeah, it's consolidating the rest into others, but it's a rendering issue. But ideally, it's supposed to show the various colors based on the regions, right? So let's quickly, we're running out of time. I'll just quickly publish this. I'll just turn this back to. Okay. So I'll just come here to save as, and then click on save, and then I can title it as reach administrative Ghana. So I can then specialize, or sorry, I can then be specific as to where I'll save it in the folder, categories, and then tags. This is a bit where in our part of the world we're a bit lazy. Metadata, providing descriptive information on our data, right? More often than not, the data we tend to get, if we do get it sometimes, is very lacking in terms of, for example, the source, the accuracy of the data. Things international bodies look at, in terms of quality assurance. So it is very important that you add tags and a general description to your data. So I'll just name this admin. Right, and then maybe GH. For the sake of time, I'll not type plain, so I'll just hit save. And right, so when I'm done, right, so this is a quick interface of the African Job Portal. So I'll quickly go to content. Anything you publish, anything you save, anything you upload to your job portal sits in the content. So over here, I have my administrative web map that I just created. Now, currently, it's saved or it is shared to only me. So that means that anyone who does not have, or let me put it this way, because it is not shared to the organization, I'm the only one who has liberty, or I'm the only one who can see it. But then if I decide to share it to everyone who has the Africa Job Portal credentials can now access this particular data. As it stands now, I'm the only one who can view it, right? But then for whatever purpose you'd want to, maybe for, collaboration purposes or for the general public to see, you need to share it to the everyone or public so that everyone has access to the data. So if I hit that and then I hit save, yeah, so I'll just hit OK, and then my data is now public. All right, I think we're done. Yes, that's all right. So thank you very much.
All right. Yes, thank you very much. Are there any questions or question?
Yes, thank you very much. And first of all, for also identifying that there is a gap in Ghana. And I think the private college will surely take it up. Okay. Because in this country, as the older professor have mentioned, Ghana, we are like, so sometimes the challenge is which institution to do it. It's not that we don't have the capability. So we will take it up. And in fact, because of that, we are urging our ESRI team to make sure tomorrow you are here. You have to make sure that there's a rep because there is some work which has been done and it would be nice to see it. Then we can discuss how to integrate it. Now to my question. Okay. With the Africa Geo portal, which was not long ago, my question is, are they open APIs that can be written to it, especially when it comes to the story map. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. And simple answer to your question is yes. A very simple one, yes. Because I know GMET actually is doing something similar. So they are also pooling some of the data using APIs and stuff to do their work. So that is possible.
Thank you so much. You mentioned that the GMET leverage on your data, and your data is free.
Yes.
How do you allow them to leverage on your data for sale? Thank you.
Okay. So they are not leveraging solely on our data. So what they do is they are contributing their data, but not everything entirely. So if you get me during the presentation, I mentioned for commercial institutions, what they do is they put snippets of their information there, or they give you access to visualize the data, but you cannot download the data, so you cannot re-own the data. So you see the data and you know the data is there, and then you have to contact them for the data. That's one thing they do. So if you remember when the GMET rep was speaking, he said data is available but at a fee. So you see the data there on the platform, but you cannot download the data, or you cannot repurpose the data for any other thing. It's just for visualization purposes. But if they want you to download, then they can enable that for you to download, but which they are not doing currently. Yes. No. So actually the Africa Geoportal is supposed to be a free service. So Esri is not taking any money from anyone using it. Yes. So he's just trying, Esri is trying as much as possible to get data out there for people to access and use. Yes. All right. Any other question? No?
Okay, I want to comment on the question the man asked.
Yes.
GMET is using Africa Geoportal's platform, and especially the story map aspect of it. Most of the time, the forecast that is released, it has so much scientific terms. It's not, most people don't really get to understand it. So the Africa Geoportal platform, specifically the story maps, that is what we use, we leverage on to break down the scientific terms in order for the layman to be able to understand it. So we are not making money out of the Africa Geoportal platform, but it is a platform that we are using the story maps to convey our forecasts to the entire world through pictures, through links and other things that would simplify it for them. Thank you.
All right. I think she has answered the question, right? Yes. Okay. So the story maps is breaking down the scientific information for the general public to understand. Yes. Okay. I think that's it, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Esri. So we'll now move on to our abstract presentations, which would be chaired by Professor Daniela Sedega and Professor Chukwuemeka Diji from Nigeria. For the presenters, please take note. Each person has only 5 minutes. Thank you.
Just 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm looking at the number of So, Prof, there are six presentations. So I think I'll do the first three, and then you do the last three. Thank you very much. So we'll take our very first. So the presentations are based on themes. And the first three thematic areas are the Earth observation and open climate intelligence. The second is the water resources and environmental quality. And then the third is the climate smart agriculture and food systems. To do us the honors of doing the first presentation, I hope that you do the timekeeping for us, since you say it's just 5 minutes. Yes. So we will call up, I will call up Mustafa Farihan Chentiba. Let's clap for him whilst he... And he's doing a presentation of his abstract on design, fabrication, and validation of low-cost LoRaWAN enabled water stations for climate resilient environmental monitoring. Let's give him another clap. Yeah, so you have 5 minutes. And how many minutes for questioning? Same amount. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mustafa Farhan Chentiba. Currently, I am a research trainee and under the supervision of Prof. Kabuba from the University of Energy and Natural Resources. I'm here to make a presentation today on the design, fabrication, and validation of a low-cost LoRaWAN-enabled weather station for climate resilience and environmental monitoring. So basically, I'll first of all thank all the previous speakers because they've done most of the explanation. They've spoken on climate change, the causes and its effects on us. And some of the things they highlighted, the gaps were one, high cost. So basically, acquiring these weather stations is normally very costly. And then, as the second speaker addressed, sometimes they are forced to charge the data that they have to be able to cater for the weather station that they have. Another one is infrastructure gap. So most rural areas lack the necessary infrastructure such as grid and then internet to operate these weather stations. And the next is data scarcity. So Africa as a continent produces almost no data to the Global Meteorological Organization. So basically our aim is very clear, which is to design a weather station, and the specific objectives include first we'll design and then assemble a multi-parameter sensing system. Next we'll configure and deploy the LoRaWAN gateway, which will serve as a bridge between the weather station and the cloud server. And the third one will be we'll create a custom web-based for visualization and then historical analysis. Thirdly, we'll have to validate the system we've created to ensure its accuracy. So the system architecture would include the end device, which is basically the weather station, which will be uploaded to the cloud via a LoRaWAN gateway and then visualized through the app server. So this is the parameters we intend to measure, which is air temperature, relative humidity, barometric pressure, rainfall, and the rest. So far, I have taken my time to model the necessary components for the weather station. The first one being a cap, a 4-router anemometer. The middle image represents the ring gauge, specifically the tipping bucket ring gauge, which is responsible for the rainfall intensity determination. And the third one, or the last one, is basically the Stevenson screen, which harbors the PCB and then protects it. So the reason why we chose LoRaWAN is because it aligns better with the goals that we have. Is the range is higher, is secure, and the rest. So data flow, as I mentioned earlier, would involve the sensor taking atmospheric parameters or data and then processing it locally on the microcontroller, uploading the processed data to the TENS network, and then which can be visualized via the web dashboard. So the LoRaWAN gateway, the weather station will be very secure because it uses the AES 128 encryption, which is about a military level encryption that is almost impossible to breach. Would ensure that the energy consumption is less. Scalability is also possible because the LoRaWAN uses the star of stars topology, which basically allows the connection of up to 6,000 or more nodes to one weather station. Also, currently, what the advancement I've made in the project include, I've completely modeled the weather station, which I've showed in my previous slides. Next is the schematics for the PCB is done. Now I'm working on the PCB layouts, routing, and also the custom web development. After this, we'll work then on the field validation to ensure its accuracy, and then calibration. So the methodology, I think, is already stated during the presentation. So basically, I think I'll end here by saying this proposal is basically a chance for Africa or African continent to own its data. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's take some questions. Does anyone have a question? I have a question. So you're saying that this is a device to help rural, especially rural farmers. It will boost agriculture, right? Would the beneficiaries need internet connection?
So, in fact, that is one of the gaps my project is covering. One is normally these rural these rural areas, they lack the facilities as I mentioned, one being internet, and then two being the electrical grids. So this LoRaWAN will be solar powered. First, that eliminates the need for the electric. So the next one would be the what's the word for it? The LoRaWAN model we are using is basically does not require data to transfer. What's the name? Sorry, it only needs one centralized data to transfer the data to the cloud, which we are with the dashboard that we are building is going to be an offline that allows the users to visualize the data and then also access the the historical climate data for any analysis they need. I hope that addresses the question.
All right, thank you. Any other? Yes, Prof.
I was just going to ask, what makes this your innovation better than previous ones? Are you saying what are the rural people using now?
Yeah, so
what value are you adding by doing this?
Thank you very much for the question, Prof. And from my research, I think previous works on it uses other data transmission aside the one I use. They use normally Wi-Fi, the GSM, the LoRa point-to-point. The Wi-Fi basically has a limitation in range. It covers only 100 meters. And then the GSM, even though it covers up to 10 kilometers, it's paid. It's paid for. You need to subscribe to it, if monthly subscription or yearly, which beats the low cost that we are designing for. The next one will be the LoRa point-to-point, which in this case, it only allows data transmission from just one point to another. So the scalability here is somehow compromised. The LoRaWAN, however, satisfies all of this. And from my research, I think this is the first LoRaWAN weather station that is being developed. Thank you.
That's very innovative. Any other question before he sits down? Okay, so let's clap for Mustafa. Thank you too. So our next presenter is presenting on application of H2O toolkit for modeling biochemical oxygen demand and ammonium nitrogen dynamics in the Tano River. And to do the presentation, the presenters are Abdul Kadri Al Hassan. I'm sure that Professor Kaboba is the supervisor because his name is here. And then the third person is Benedicta Santoa. But Abdul will be doing the presentation, right? Okay.
Okay, so good day, everyone. I'm in a person of Abdul Qadir Al Hassan. I'm in a person of Abdul Qadir Al Hassan, and I am a research assistant under the supervision of Prof. Kaboba. And I'm here today to present to you application of H2O2 kits for modeling biochemical oxygen demand and ammonia nitrogen dynamics in the Tano River. So well, we all know that water is life, and sustainable water quality management is essential for human and ecosystem survival, and we can't do away with water. So I think understanding and modeling the pollutants such as the biochemical oxygen demand and ammonia nitrogen is important for the environmental protection and also the decision making. So when we talk about the water quality challenges, so most water bodies do face severe pollution due to the anthropogenic activities such as the mining, the disposal of sewage, and many more. So the pollutant that we'll be talking about today is the BOD and the ammonia nitrogen. So with the BOD, basically when we talk about the BOD, it is the amount or excess amount of organic matter which microorganisms we degrade or needed to dissolve the oxygen, and which will lead to threaten aquatic lives. And also we talk of the ammonia nitrogen, which is when we found presence or ammonia nitrogen being present in our water bodies, and which will be toxic for fishes and aquatic organisms. And also the consequences will be loss of biodiversity, contaminated drinking water, and degraded ecosystem. And also currently 2 billion plus people lack safe drinking water globally. And also 40% of rivers are impaired by nutrient pollution. And then also we have 500 plus coastal dead zone linked to excess nitrogen. So what is H2O2 kit? So it is an integrated modeling framework for water quality simulation. So it will help us to predict our biochemical oxygen demand and also help us to predict the ammonia nitrogen concentration increase or decrease under different conditions. Okay, so with our methodology, we have the stage 1, which is the data collection, which was the field sampling. So some of the parameters that we went for their data were the BOD, the temperature, the pH, the DO, ammonia, nitrogen, CO, total phosphorus, total nitrogen, and many more. And also moving to stage 2, we have the pre-processing, which we check that stage, the incorrect values or the errors, and also the missing values too. Then moving on to the stage 3 or the final stage, which is the scenario analysis. That's where we run to get the results of the BOD and the ammonia nitrogen. Okay, and with our case study is the Tano River, which is situated in the Bono East region, and Bono East region. And the river has a catchment which is agriculture and urban land use, and also the monitoring period that we used was multi-year data sets with seasonal variation captured. And also with the sampling network, we have multiple upstream and downstream stations along the main channel. And these were the data sets summary that we went for. Okay, so this was the BOD modeling results that the H2O toolkit predicted for us. Okay, so for the model performance for the BOD, with the NSE, we had 0.89, which means the model performance is very good. And also we had with the R square, which is the coefficient of determination, which is 0.94, which means that the comparison of the observed data and the calculated data are strong or somehow good. And also the last one, the RMSE, which talks about the root mean square error, is also very low. And with our key finding, we noticed that the H2O toolkit is highly predictive, has a highly okay. So with our conclusion, we noticed that the H2O toolkit demonstrates that BOD and ammonia nitrogen can model simultaneously with high accuracy using the integrated framework. And with the future work that we are still working on, we are working on to expand the additional water quality parameters, to add some of the parameters to it, and also real-time integration with the IoT sensor network for live forecasting. And also talk about the incorporate remove sensing data, so which is the satellite water quality index. And also you have the apply to additional catchment for model transferability assessment. And lastly, we talk about the develop open source for web interface for practitioner access. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take some questions. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
All right, thank you so much. My question is, why did you focus on just BOD and then ammonium nitrogen? There are other contaminants of importance.
Okay. So in my study, I noticed that that's what I'm saying with our future work. You add some of the parameters, which is the total phosphorus, total nitrogen, and many more. So for now, we only work on the ammonia nitrogen and the BOD. So in our future work, we like to add some of or many of the parameters to it. Yeah, so we are currently working on it. Okay.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. My question is still in line with what Prof just asked, but following up on that, in your methodology, why did you focus on that? Maybe if you can just tell me why those parameters. But then my follow-up question is the future works. You talked of real-time integration of IoT sensors. How are you intending to do that? How are you intending to do the real-time and satellite incorporating remote sensing data into the project? How do you intend doing that? Okay. But I think just if you can start with the first one, the methodology, why you use those parameters first.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. It seems questions center on the same thing, the why. And then I'm very interested in your study site, the Tana River Basin. That's good. But let me add the question Prof asked the first presenter. What is new? What is new? There's a lot of work on this. What makes this particular work of yours different from what is available right now?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I think with why did I use only the ammonia, nitrogen, and the biochemical oxygen demand? I think most researchers do not focus on that area. So I think that's why I focus on that area, to know how the ammonia, nitrogen, and the biochemical oxygen demand is polluting the water body, or its impact in our water bodies. Yeah.
And then you also asked why the sun exists and what is new.
Okay, so I think with our research work, I think it's used to predict for biochemical oxygen demand changes along the river, and also the ammonia nitrogen concentration increase or decrease under different conditions. And also we were saying why our Tano River was different from there.
Why did you choose the Tano River?
Why did I choose the Tano River? Okay, so I chose the Tano River because I think most people use it for household activities or household chores. Let's say some people use the Tano River for other activities. Some also drink from the same Tano River. So I think we have to, also the Ghana water also use the Tano River for, the Ghana water, we use the Tano River for their treatment. So I think we have to use the Tano River so that most people will know the effect or the consequences that will be coming from it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Mustafa, right? Abdul Kader, yes, but when you are answering, be emphatic. You don't say, I think. That means you are being speculative, okay? So be emphatic about your facts, okay? Thank you. All right, so I'll take my last one by Deborah Awini, Nana Esrifi Kobna, and again, Amos Kaboba. And they are presenting on the thematic area, climate science, climate smart agriculture and food systems. And they are presenting on enhancing climate resilient agro-processing in Ghana using nuclear assisted thermal system. I want to know who would be doing this presentation for this group. Oh, okay, the person is online. Okay. Kindly introduce yourself, and then you have 5 minutes to present.
Hello, fellow climate engineers. My name is Deborah Wumi. I'm a research assistant working under Prof. Amos Kaboba. I will be presenting on the topic, Enhancing Climate Resilient Agro-Processing in Ghana using nuclear assisted thermal systems. Globally, rising temperatures are accelerating food spoilage, leading to as much as 40% post-harvest losses in sub-Saharan Africa alone. Extreme weather damaging storage and infrastructure puts over 2 billion people at risk of food insecurity. 45% of the total workforce is employed in agriculture, with key crops being staples like cocoa, maize, cassava, rice, and vegetables. The problems in the agricultural sector in Ghana are climate variability, biomass dependence, fossil fuel costs, post-harvest losses, and many others. Let me just explore nuclear assisted thermal systems for agro-processing in the Ghanaian context. Some of the objectives of the study are to investigate climate vulnerabilities in Ghana's agro-processing sector and explore nuclear assisted thermal systems as a sustainable nuclear heat. Rising temperatures is one of the challenges in agriculture in Ghana. It accelerates spoilage of foods, vegetables, dairies, and grains. Another challenge is irregular rainfall and droughts. Flooding also disrupts agricultural grain supply by causing physical damage to equipment and buildings, and also leading to the contamination of stored produce. Some of the energy sources in Ghana's agro-processing sector are firewood, diesel, grid electricity, and solar. Drivers of post-harvest loss include inadequate cold storage and drying facilities, unreliable electricity for refrigeration, limited access to processing technologies, and poor transportation infrastructure. Nuclear-assisted thermal systems are energy systems using nuclear reactors to generate heat for industrial and non-electronic applications, not primarily for electricity generation. The key principle is nuclear fission releases thermal energy, which is then transferred via coolant and heat exchangers and is used in industrial processes. Some of the key global nuclear heat applications are the nuclear heat reactor 200 for industrial heat and desalination in China, the small modular reactor roadmap for oil sands heat in Canada, Idaho National Laboratory and Department of Energy industrial heat pilot programs in the United States of America, and the 22 member states exploring nuclear heat in the International Atomic Energy Agency. Agro-processing applications of nuclear thermal heat include crop drying, food sterilization and preservation, dairy pasteurization, cold chain support, industrial heat processes, and water treatment and desalination. Crop drying is critical for preventing microbial growth and extending shelf life. Food sterilization and preservation. Nuclear heat can directly supply high-temperature industrial food, which extends shelf life without chemical preservatives. And in cold chain support via absorption cooling, thermal energy can drive absorption refrigeration cycles, which reduces reliance on electricity refrigeration. It also supports storage for fish, meat, fruits, vegetables, and dairy. The core principle of the proposed framework is nuclear heat is not used for electricity generation. It directly supplies thermal energy to agro-processing units via safe heat transfer infrastructure. The four integrated subsystems are nuclear heat generation, heat transfer and storage, agro-processing applications, and smart control and monitoring. The energy flow of the system architecture is small modular reactor to primary coolant loop to the heat exchanger to the thermal storage buffer to the agro-processing unit. For hybrid integration with renewables, nuclear provides stable baseload thermal energy 24/7, while solar and wind supply supplementary electricity for pumps, lighting, and control. Thermal storage buffers excess heat for peak demand periods, and the system remains operational during grid failures and climate disruptions. The projected outcome with nuclear systems include 50 to 60% reduction in post-harvest losses, about 80 to 90% reduction in greenhouse emissions, 25 to 35% increase in processing uptime, high stability in energy costs, high significant food security index, and 30 to 40% increase in industrial productivity. Environmental benefits include greenhouse gas emissions, reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, improvements in air quality, small land footprint, forest conservation, climate resilience, and ecosystem stability. Key economic gains are reduction in coastal resources, which would lead to more produce-depletion markets, stable long-term energy costs versus volatile fossil fuel prices, continuous facility operation.
You should be finishing, concluding by now. Okay. Your time is up.
Okay. Key findings include Ghana's agro-processing sector being highly vulnerable to climate impacts, conventional systems being insufficient, making small modular reactors a promising alternative. Recommendations are conducting technical feasibility studies for SMR deployment in Ghana's industrial zones, develop pilot nuclear heat agro-processing facility as proof of concept, invest in human capital, nuclear engineering programs at the University of Energy and Natural Resources, KNC, and technical institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take some questions. Let's clap for her, please. Let me take some questions. I think just about 3. Yes.
Actually, I hope you are listening, Deborah.
Yes.
My concern is, how do you deal with safety issues? Anything that has nuclear with it always goes with a lot of safety issues. And then how do you deal with the fact that the nuclear heat will not contaminate the food it is trying to dry? Those are the 2 questions I want to raise.
Okay.
Thank you. I think has asked the same questions I wanted to ask. Yes. Please answer that. Safety issues and then the level of radiation for the safety of consuming the product. Yeah.
Okay. So the small modular reactors are different from the conventional reactors in the fact that they are safer. So with the issue of the which you mentioned first, that wouldn't be an issue because they are safer. And with the contamination, it wouldn't be applied directly. I don't think I had time to mention that because there wasn't enough time, but it wouldn't be applied directly. So the electricity, the power generated would be converted and stored in a storage system, which would then be applied to the agro processing tools.
Okay.
Which would supply the agro processing tools, yeah.
Okay, we'll take our next question. Professor, hand up. Okay. Any question again? I think there are no questions for you. Let's clap for her. Okay, so I'll hand over to Professor Chuks Jide. I'm saying Professor Jude. Yes, Chuks Jude Jide.
Yes. When you hear Jude, you know he's a Catholic man. Yes. Before they started answering funky baptismal names. So which ones am I supposed to manage? Where is the... Who are the ones I'm supposed to call? Okay, you have their names because I don't have the program with me. Okay. I will release your, which of them? This last 3? Which one of them? This one. Followed by that one. So he's here. So it will be Sarah. Okay. Essentially Sarah, no titles. Sarah. Then Kodia. What about titles? Okay. The other two will be online. Okay, they're online. Yes. Okay. All right. My session is quite easy. I have two of them online, and then the other one is on site. So the person who is on site, can you please come forward? Titus, Adeyemi. Okay, so we want you to be very nearby. And then Sarah, those online, Sarah Saibi. No, just sit down. Sit down first. So that we don't start looking for you when we need you. Sarah, is she online? Let's look at the online. She's not online. What about Ebenezer? Both of them are not online. Okay. What about Cordia? Cordia is online. So let's start with the person online. Cordia, are you there?
Yes, please.
Can you please just... We can't see it online. We are not seeing them. Okay. Cordia, you are there?
Yes, please.
Okay. We wanted to see your beautiful face. Is it possible?
My laptop has no camera attached.
Okay, we understand. It's an African problem, West African problem. So he'll be speaking to us about projected perception patterns in the white voter basin under SSPS, a biased corrected approach with statistical validation of anthropogenic climate influence. I hope I'm right.
Yes, please.
So go ahead.
Yes,
you have
please.
5 minutes
That's
to
my
present, and then we will then give you we'll have 5 minutes for questions. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for this opportunity. So, my name is Amokodie, and then I'm master student at Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics in China. So today I'll be presenting on projected precipitation patterns in the white voter basin under shared socio-economic pathways, a bias-corrected multimodal ensemble approach with statistical validation of anthropogenic influence. The White Water Basin is a transboundary watershed in the northern part of Ghana and covers approximately about, sorry, I will start from the introduction through to the conclusion. Thank you. Okay, so starting from the introduction, so as I was saying, the White Water Basin covers about 49,000 kilometers squared, and it is located at the northern part of Ghana. The basin supports the water security, farming, and livelihoods of millions of people. The White Water Basin is increasingly vulnerable to climate change, with rising risks to water security, agriculture, productivity, and rural livelihoods. And therefore, there's a need to know how human or anthropogenic activities are affecting climate within the location. This is my study area, and then I will move on to the next one, which is the objectives. So my main objective is to project future precipitation patterns in the White Water Basin under shared socioeconomic pathways using bias-corrected multimodal ensemble and statistically validate the influence of anthropogenic forcing on regional climate outcomes. So for the specific objectives, first, I will bias correct the models under shared socioeconomic pathways for the periods of 2020 to 2100. I will then validate the bias-corrected models against CHEPS data, because CHEPS is literally known to be performing very good for West Africa. I will then generate multi-model ensemble projections of future precipitation patterns across 15 virtual stations covering the entire White Water Basin. And the next one is to analyze spatial and temporal precipitation variability across near term, which is from 2020 to 2039, and mid term from 2050 to 2069. And the last one is the long term from 2080 to 2100. Lastly, I'll then conduct statistical hypothesis testing using ANOVA and PET-T test to validate the influence of human activities on regional precipitation patterns. So this is my methodology. First, I extracted 15 virtual stations and then used the 15 virtual stations to get my checks data, which is from 1981 to 2014. I used 16 global climate models, which was also projected from 1981 to 2100. The next one is to do the bias correction using CM-HYDE, pre-process it into multimodal ensemble mean, and then validate it against 5 parameters, which is R squared, NSC, RMSC, and P-bias. After the model validation, I then moved ahead to do the bias correction and then project it and use my statistical analysis, which is one-way ANOVA and PET-T test, to check whether actually human activities are actually influences the projection within this boundary, which is the white water basin. So I use 16 global climate models, and here are the models. So this is the image for the validation. And for my R, I had 0.84, R squared to be 0.96, NSE to be 0.69. These parameters are very good based on literature, and therefore I went ahead to do my projection. So this is my results for the rainfall projection from 2020 to 2100. The blue one here is my observed data, which starts from 1980 to 2014 and then projected from 2015 to 2100. The projection, we could see that there is a decreasing trend for all the virtual stations from vein 1 to vein 15. So the next one is monthly precipitation change. And for the
remember, Cordia, you have just 2 minutes to finish. 2 minutes, so round up quickly.
Okay, thank you. So these are the monthly precipitation change for the near term, mid term, and then the long term. And these are the monthly precipitation change spatial maps. So for the ANOVA testing, first I formulated my hypothesis, and for my null hypothesis, if there's no significant difference in mean precipitation across the 4 SSPs, we move on to say that human activities does not influence the rainfall projection within this boundary. But then if at least one SSP scenario produces significantly different mean precipitations, it means that we reject our null hypothesis. So we calculated F statistics for our various SSP scenarios within each temporal period for all 15 virtual stations, for also near term, mid term, and then long term. These are the corresponding values for the F statistics. And if P is less than 0.01, it means it is highly significant that anthropogenic activities actually influence rainfall projections. But if P is greater than 0.05, it means it's not significant. This is our ANOVA graph, and for the near term, you can see that P is less than 0.01. The midterm also shows the same, and then the long term also shows the same, and therefore we went ahead to say that we reject our null hypothesis. F statistic increased from 0.5 to 10.6, indicating emission pathway significantly influence precipitation, with the effect intensifying over time. We also went ahead to conduct our PET-T test. The PET-T test shows the model agreement. We wanted to see whether each of the model also agree that human activities actually influence the precipitation projection. And per our results for the near term, 87.5% agreed significantly, and then 76.4% also in the midterm agreed, and the long term, 56% of the models also agreed. So all SSP scenarios project 30 to 40% precipitation reductions in the white water basin by 2080 to 2100 within the northern region, northeast region most vulnerable. And then ANOVA results, P less than 0.01 confirm significant anthropogenic influence on precipitation, with F statistic rising from 3.5 to 10.6. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. Please, do you have any questions for him? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please, you're a master degree student?
Yes, please.
Okay. First of all, let me congratulate you for the hard work. I know what it means to work with 16 models. However, it seems when I look at your methodology, it seems there's nothing new in your work, because there's a lot of work in predicting precipitation in Ghana. So I don't know the new thing that you are bringing on board. What you have done is to extract this socioeconomic scenario data. Then you use CHIPS data to validate your methodology. There's nothing new. But since it's a master degree student, that's fine. But you tell me, maybe there is something I don't know. What is different in terms of your methodology or the approach? A lot of work already has been done in predicting climate. So is there anything new?
Okay, thank you very much. So as you said, there has been so many works done on climate prediction, but within the white water basin, we know that yes, SSP one is when we have green emissions. No, when we have green economy, and then SSP 5 is worst case scenario. But then there has never been any statistical validation to check whether this is actually true. So the main thing was to check statistically what the model actually says, whether actually SSP5 is saying what literature has been saying. It could be that, yes, many people are saying SSP1 case scenario is actually better as compared to SSP5, but you going ahead to confirm, I think it's something new that I did. Thank you.
All right. Any other question for him? If there's no other question, can we give him a good round of applause? So, Titus Salonge, you have the floor now. Thank you so much, Cordia. Would like your presentation. So, Titus will be talking to us about evaluating soil erosion response to CMI P6 climate scenarios and land use to cover changes in Kampe Omi Dam Basin, Nigeria. Where is that one in Nigeria? That's Kogi State. Kogi State. Which part of Kogi? Yagba. Okay, Igala. Is it Igala people? Who are they? They are part of, let me see. Is it Igbira? So you don't even know their tribe. Okay, we shall see how you present. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Titus Salonge Adeyemi. I'm a PhD candidate under the supervision of Professor Amos Kabuba at University of Energy and Natural Resources in Ghana. I'm presenting part of my work which is evaluating soil erosion response to CMIP6 climate scenarios and land use land cover changes in Campe or mid-dam irrigation basin. Soil erosion is a major environmental challenge in river basin, driven by climate change and land use and land cover. In sub-Saharan Africa, more than 85% of projected land is affected by soil erosion. This has been documented by Alemu and et al. 2025. And the mean annual soil loss in Nigeria ranges between 0.94 to 232 tons per hectare per year, which is above the permissible threshold of soil loss, which is 10 tons per hectare per year in Nigeria. I mean, globally rather. In the light of this, deforestation and agriculture keep taking place, and urbanization, which increases erosion risk in Nigeria. And the impact is not only on agricultural productivity, but it extends also to water quality and degraded ecosystem. Its vulnerability is increasing under climate condition. Research gap. Soil erosion in Nigeria is often treated as climate and land use land cover as a separate driver. And many studies relies on historical data and static land use representation. Limited integration of CMIP6, the couple model intercomparison phases, which is the latest CMIP framework developed by IPCC, and projection with socioeconomic pathways driven scenario-based land use land cover change in soil erosion modeling, and few studies assesses erosion under multi-temporal scenario. This affects the limited comprehensive understanding of soil erosion dynamics under changing land use and climate change. This is the study area. This is the study area of this is the study map of the study area, and the basin size is 2,285 kilometers square with reservoir capacity of 250 million cubic. And administrative areas extend to Yagba West, Yagba East, Ijimu local government, and Mopro local government. And the predominant occupation of the locals there is farming and agriculture, and is located in the northern Guinea savanna of Nigeria. Here is the methodological flow work for the study. So CMIP6 precipitation projection for period of 2021 to 2060 was utilized for this study, and it was divided into near term and mid-term century. The near term is from 2021 to 2040, and the mid-century is from 2041 to 2060. Following bias correction using distribution mapping, and we validated as well. So we were able to use the validated rainfall data to compute rainfall factor, rain erosivity factor for future and for the baseline. So the LS is the length of slope and the steepness, which was derived from a digital elevation modem. And the K factor, which is soil erodibility factor, was derived from soil map of the study area. And the P factor, the C factor, which is support practices and then cover crop management for 2014-2034 was also developed from land use land cover map, although 2034 and 2054 was a projected map. Sorry, they were all aggregated together using the ROSU parameter and to produce soil loss of the study areas in ton per hectare per year. So here is the validation for the CMIP6 and together with the observed rainfall data. Out of the 4 models that were used, the model 4 performed very well, and under SSP 245, and at the same time it performed very well under SSP 585, which was originated from Japan. But with the results so far, since model 4 performed very well, actually the ensemble also performed next to it, but due to the uncertainty that may likely occur, so we adopted the ensemble mean for this study. Looking at the annual precipitation trend using Mankenda analysis and Zen slope, we can see that from the rainfall decreases at baseline with -7 millimeter per year, and under the midterm and the near term, we can see that there is also mixed patterns, and overall there is no any monotonic trend in the rainfall pattern. This is the Mankanda test for the annual precipitation, and it shows the But under the baseline, it was showed that -7 millimeter per year was the rainfall precipitation or precipitation data that's reduced, and as well in the midterm under 2041 to 2060, we experienced an increase in rainfall pattern, just slight increase in rainfall pattern. So in the map of the precipitation data, we can see that there is variability in the future scenario at the same time compared to the baseline, and we have it more under the high emission scenario, the SSP 585. So after computing the rainfall erosivity, we produce the map of rainfall erosivity factor. Similarly, we have the rainfall erosivity factor being low under SSP 585 and also under SSP 245 at the mid-century. All right, sir. So we have the result, and this is the final result. We have soil loss of about 7,760 tons per hectare, and majority of the basin appears to be low, which is below 10 tons per hectare, and more than 84% of the study area experience low, and we have 3% experiencing localized erosion hotspots. And we compare mean soil loss between the future scenario and the baseline. Soil loss within the basin begins to decrease. And we perform sensitivity analysis. When rainfall erosivity was removed, the whole system collapsed, the whole system nearly collapsed, having up just only 0.06 tons per hectare per year, which shows that rainfall is a major driver, long-term major driver in soil erosion, and C is sensitive to just mid-term driver, and P, which is the crop support practices, also drives improvement for long-term. Conclusion: soil erosion in Kampi Dam Basin is projected to decrease under future climate scenario, and we found no significant trend in the annual precipitation, and erosion dynamics are driven by the combination of climate change, land use, and land management practices. Vegetation cover are one of the most sensitive drivers, and conservation practices are main drivers of long-term soil erosion. And effective land management can offset future erosion risk. Conservation practices remain critical under land use land cover change scenario, and the findings support targeted soil conservation and sustainable water management. This study is supported and fully funded by GeoLDN Secretariat and collaboration with United Nations, UNCCD, and GIS, and our appreciation goes to GeoLDN at UNE as well. Then our thanks to reviewer for their valuable comment and then suggestion. These are a list of some of the references that were used. Thank you.
Please let's clap once more for Titus. Yeah, so like we said, the study is done in north central Nigeria, if I'm right. The state is Kogi. I know that here you are used to more provinces. We are used to defining an area by ethnicity, location, and states. Kogi is in the central part of Nigeria, very close to the federal capital, if I'm right. All right. So, questions for him? Do you have questions for him? Or should I? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, my question is, have you also looked at the geology of the area, how the lithology links with the soil erosion? For instance, you've ascribed the high rate to land use, land cover changes in some of those places you studied. What about the lithology, the rock types? Because harder rocks like granite, basalt will yield soils that are resistant to erosion. But the softer rocks like shale, dolomite, and all that will produce soils that are liable to erosion. And so erosion is likely to be higher in such areas where you have sedimentary rocks like dolomite. I don't know whether you've looked at that.
Yeah, actually, thank you for the question. We actually considered it, but due to some challenges, we limited our studies to looking at the soil condition of the place. So we only go by looking at the soil condition, the soil texture, the soil particle size to calibrate our data. So by using this, we were able to see where and how erodibility can influence the environment or the basin. So our analysis was based on soil particle, soil texture, and also the soil structure, which were considered to generate soil erodibility factor for the study area. Actually, we computed soil erodibility factor. It ranges from 0.02 or 0.2 to 0.48. So there are only localized areas that have higher soil erodibility. So that is why our study found to be like more than 84% of the study areas were low in erosion, were low, let me say vulnerable to erosion. So I think if we were to look at the basement, the basement complex of the soil, then it reflects on our result.
I will end up with the last question. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for the good work done. Maybe just a comment.
All right, sir.
I wish I had seen just one slide talking about highlight of your work. This is PhD, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I was expecting just a slide to talk about the highlight of the work that you've done. And then, but I missed that.
I will take
and then
note of
also the graphics, the tables. Okay. Now, this PhD.
All right, sir.
So next time, take care of how you present them, okay? The tables, then the graphs, the way you position them, okay? Just take note of that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you,
good work. Good work.
You. Thank you, Doug.
My own question is just personal observation.
All right, Prof.
Anybody going from Abuja to the south must pass through Yagba area.
Yes.
All through to where she comes from in Benue. And the way you talk about soil erosion as if it's being minimized, I don't know. Because we know that that area is an area where a lot of agricultural work is done, a lot of farming is done, and road construction is doing a lot of damage there. Yeah? And mining. Because I know that to finish that road from Yagba to Makodi, how many years now? Almost 7 or 8 years. And it's not just about money, it's what you raise, about the terrain. The terrain is tough. But once you get to Okene and you are going towards Makodi, it has a very, very tough terrain. To construct that road alone took almost 10-15 years. Because the way you simplify the topology and the geography, I'm worried, you know. In my village, you say when the problem is simple, you pray in English. But when it's complicated, you pray in your native language.
Yeah.
Are you sure you are taking complete cognizance of all these factors? Because there's a lot of mining going on there. There's a lot of road construction going on there. And flooding had been a major challenge in that terrain. Are you sure you took all those factors into consideration?
Yeah, actually, Prof, this is part of the work. So we have used this, let me say, this part of the work uses Roseau model, okay, which Roseau model does not account for. Most of the erosion occurring there is gully erosions, mostly. So this particular model doesn't take into gully erosion into consideration. So it's only take into consideration hill-slope erosion. So the study is basically looking at hill-slope and erosion. So the next part of the study looks in more, because Roseau is not designed to take care of those erosions. So in the next chapter, it's used a multi-criteria. We supported it with multi-criteria decision method, which takes gully erosion, which can capture most of those places, and I expect the result to be better, or to reflect the real what is happening on the ground.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. But in addition, I will advise. I will also talk to your supervisor if possible.
All right, Prof.
Try and visit the place where your work is still going on.
Okay.
And try to take some pictures.
All right, sir.
Try to take some pictures. Models are good.
Yep.
You know, you are here in Accra. Yes. Talking about a model back home.
Yes.
But we see it every day when we pass. So I would still advise you, while your work is on midway, go back home and snap pictures. And then when you finish, when you're about to defend, go back again and snap pictures and compare with the model. Because you see, sometimes models are very good, but somebody who's living in Yagba, Makodi, Okene, that axis.
Yes, sir.
If I gather them in this place, they will chop you for breakfast. Because they will tell you all this science you are doing does not reflect what is on ground. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Because you are doing a PhD work.
Yes,
it's
sir.
good that your PhD work, you can match it with actual pictures.
We did validation, sir. I did validation. I went to the field, I picked samples, and we did validation of the basin. So it's within the basin. It's not the whole.
But the terrain, no, I mean, scientifically, this terrain is changing very fast.
Yes.
You know, last year, something happened within that area. The farmers are even planning to take government to court. According to them, they said they gave them weather predictions and all that, and then they told them to go and plant. And then the rains came and swept away everything. In fact, they lost everything. It was in the press.
Yeah.
So they had even concluded that they are going to take the meteorological agency to court. Because within their own traditional system, they have a way of predicting rainfall. They usually have very, very heavy rainfall. See, when it's talking about gully erosion, you know, when you say gully, it's not like Ghana gully.
No.
When you see this flood, it can carry houses, human beings, and cars. It's terrible. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, Prof. I've been there.
You've been there. You know what we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
So your choice of PhD site is very good.
Yes,
but
sir.
No matter how tough it is, Professor Amos, please let him give you periodic pictures. Because that terrain changes very, very fast. It's not a slow changing terrain that you can say, okay, let's wait for maybe 5 years or 6 years. It's a rapidly changing environment.
All right.
And because the way it changes, already I think NIMET predicted this year that we are going to have about 20 states that will be flooded. In Nigeria, we usually have, out of 36 states, about 30 flooded. It's a normal problem we face from July to September. So like, if you can, during your holidays, once the flooding season passes, I will encourage you to visit the place.
All right, Prof.
Have those slides with you. You just mark them 2025.
Okay.
Do another one 2026. You use the other one. By the time you now back it up with your model, your work will be super. That's just
Prof.
what I will ask.
All right, sir.
So once again, okay. Maybe she has something to add.
Yeah, just to add to what Prof. was saying. Yeah, we have a Lagdo Dam. You know the dam in Cameroon?
Yes.
Lagdo.
Yes.
Yeah, so they open the dam periodically to allow spillage. Yeah. So, and that affects almost half of Nigeria.
Yes.
Yeah, so Kogi, it's along that waterway. So, aside the geological practices, we have a lot of, I think it has the highest deposit of kaolin. Yeah. It has iron ore, Ajakuta steel. And then Dangote is there, Obajanya. So there are a lot of things going on there. In fact, we have West African ceramics at this place close to the Niger, Lokoja. Well, I've forgotten the name of that place. It's close to Benue. Yes, just when you leave the Confluence Bridge. No, sir. Is it T2K or something? There are a lot of things going on there. So it's good you look at other factors that could affect, your research. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, my prof. So over to you.
Thank you very much. We have a presentation from Prof. Emmanuel Sankari for the Journal of Nature-Based Solutions and Innovation.
All right, good evening to you once again. Yes, so today I'm going to present on the Journal of Nature-Based Solutions and Innovations. We will have an overview of what the journal entails, the kind of submissions that you can send to us. And this particular journal is actually hosted by the University of Water Science and Engineering in Ghana. So the name of the journal is Journal of Nature-Based Solutions and Innovations. The mission of the journal is actually to be a premier platform for interdisciplinary research, which will foster collaborations between scientists, policymakers, practitioners, and even communities. So when you look at this journal, it embraces all kinds of people. We look for submissions from all kinds of people, even from the media, from governmental agencies and all that. So the scope of the journal is in 3 trusts areas. We have what we call nature-based solutions. We have SAF innovations, emerging artificial intelligence technologies. So in terms of nature-based solutions, we are looking at things like ecosystem restoration, green infrastructure development. Then when you come to the SAF innovations, typical things we look at ideas and best practices that are coming from developing nations. And then we also try to look for submissions that promote knowledge exchange and capacity building in the South. And then for the emerging AI technologies, we are looking at how we can leverage on AI to bring natural solutions to problems of nature. And then also how AI can be merged with indigenous knowledge systems. All right, so why this particular journal? Why did UIs come with this particular journal? The thing is that nature-based solutions are actually a compelling approach for addressing societal challenges because we can leverage on them to solve problems, several problems. There are a lot of issues that we can use things coming from nature to resolve them. And these nature-based solutions involve protecting, sustainably managing, and restoring natural and modified ecosystems. So looking at how we have come out with this particular journal, the approach is such that it is geared towards embracing a lot of things, including addressing climate change, improving water security, enhancing biodiversity, and reducing disaster risk. So most of the works you presented here are qualified to be published in our journal. So what are some of the submissions that are welcome in our journal? We are looking at original research works, like what my brother just presented, something you've done in the lab and fieldways and all that. These are what we call original research articles. Then reviews. You can take a topic and look in time past who has written things on that, and then you come out with an argument, trying to see how scientists have argued a particular subject out and come out with loopholes or gaps. So that's what we call reviews. We anticipate reviews. Then case studies, special issues, regarding some particular cases. Policy briefs. So those of you who are in the CSO industry or NGOs, you are invited to also submit policy briefs or short communications. You have something you just want to communicate, and if it is scientific, we will review it and it can be published. Technical notes. So sometimes you have a method, okay, a new method you have brought about a particular thing or subject. You can publish it with us, and also book reviews. So the scope is such that, as I already mentioned, we have a varied array of things that we are welcoming, but the priority areas are climate change adaptation and mitigation, ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction, sustainable agriculture and food security, water resources management, biodiversity conservation, nature-based solutions for urban and rural development, environmental restoration and rehabilitation, indigenous and traditional ecological knowledge, green infrastructure and ecosystem services, and then sustainable land management. So these are the priority areas. If your work falls within any of these, you can submit to our journal. And the target audience are researchers and academics. We are also sending the message across to environmental practitioners, policymakers, NGOs, and development agencies. And those of us who are students in sustainability and environmental science, you can publish your works there. And whatever that is published in the journal, you can actually benefit from it. So let's look at how we edit submitted manuscripts. So we have what we call double-blind peer review. You do not know whoever is assigned to your work, whoever is reviewing your work. And I may not sometimes even know the one I'm also reviewing his paper. And then we have International Editorial Board, we have quality, editorial board. Most of them are professors of high standing in their areas. And then we have commitment to academic integrity and innovation. The manuscripts go through a lot of scrutiny before they are accepted. So this is the submission portal. And then you can also read the guidelines and prepare your manuscripts accordingly and send to us. The journal is completely open access. So what it means is that once your paper is accepted, it's freely accessible. Anyone, anywhere in the world can download the paper. And so because of that, there are some editorial charges. So we charge 380 Ghana cedis per article. So whatever article you submit, once it is accepted, you will pay 380 cedis for the article processing charge. But there are waivers available. Okay, so on reasonable request, you can write to the editor and then we can waive for you. So this is the editorial board. The editors in chief are Professor Amos Kaboba and then Professor Chukwu Emeka Digi. And then this is our email. You can write to us also. And I am also the managing editor of the journal. We have editorial board members and our own Professor Sedega. Professor Mrs. Sedega is also part, and we have several others here. Now, so in the past, we have already published a lot of issues. Okay, we have several papers published with issues and then with volumes. So this is what we've done so far, and thank you. I don't know if you have any questions. Yes, any questions? Okay, so the next issue by the end of next month, June. So by the end of June, we expect that if you have any manuscript you want to submit, by 30th June, you can submit it to us. It has been ongoing. Yes. So once the manuscript gets accepted, within a month, the issue or the volume is being published. So within a month, the full volume will be, but the manuscript will be online. We will put it online whilst we prepare the full volume, and then all of them will now be in one volume. And we assign DOI, Digital Object Identifier, to each manuscript that is accepted. So it's not just ISSN number. We have DOI, and if you are in academia, that is very important. Journals that have that are of high quality. Yes.
Right. Thank you, Prof. You said it's open to practitioners, and then with water, in actual practice, it doesn't stand alone. Sanitation, hygiene goes along with that. So if any study or any work that has to do with sanitation and hygiene, will the journal accept that?
Yes, it will be accepted. I think we already even accepted one. In the last issue, there was one on that, and one also regarding the impact of illegal mining on water quality. So we have a lot. Even the current editorial piece that we published, Professor Sedega and myself, it is about these water issues and how gendered issues relate to mining. Okay, so it is varied. But once you are preparing the manuscript, try to link it to certain UN SDG goals. Okay, the SDG goals and how the work also addresses nature issues, or you use nature-based solutions for whatever you are dealing with.
Okay, I actually want to ask if you have any scientific index.
Okay, so currently we are working on getting it indexed in some databases like Scopus. So that is in progress. It's quite, I think we started the journal in the last 3 years. So we are still working on indexing it in Scopus. And you know, Scopus is one of the best for scientists before we go to the highest like Web of Science. But for now, we are trying very hard to get it into Scopus. Scopus, yes. So we are still not in Scopus, but Prof and I, and then the editorial board members, we are working towards it in getting it indexed in Scopus. So students, those of you who are even doing bachelor degree, your works, you see, this is to get scholarships. Once you have your work that has been produced and is of good quality, you can try. That is the evidence or the testimony we give is through some of these things. I published my bachelor work after I graduated and I got scholarship straight to take it for PhD. Those are some of the secrets that we need to look at. Any other? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Sankari. I'll call on Dr. Bieta to lead the session for abstract presentations.
All right, good afternoon. Standing on the existing protocols, I think this presentation, the abstract, it will be the same 5 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questioning. We will be having 4 presentations, and they are along various thematic areas that has to do with Earth observation, climate smart agriculture, geospatial technologies and water resources, and urban resilience and green infrastructure. So the first presentation will take from Mohammed Farid, and then Asim Zubair, if I'm correct. So their title is going to be Climate Change and the Future of the Tea Industry in India and Bangladesh, Modeling Satellite Images to Assess the Impact of, I think in particular, I can't pronounce that name, Brahmaputra flies on tea plantation. Are you ready or are you here? Online, sorry. So it's an online presentation. So we'll be listening from to Mohammed Farid. So Mohammed, are you online? Can you hear me? Mohammed. Okay. Let me take the 4 so that we'll see those who are around. Is Abdul Rafiu also online or in person? Okay, so Rafiu's own is the Smart Dehydration Fridge, Reimaging Food Preservation for Off-Grid Communities through Solar-Powered Dehydration. It's under the thematic area Climate Smart Agriculture and Food Systems. We'll take another from Christian Amponsa. Is Christian here or is going to be online? Okay, Christian is here. He's going to be presenting on an interactive web platform for groundwater vulnerability mapping, integrating Hydra and cloud-based geospatial processing. And the last will be from Rafia to Zeblem. Is Rafia here or is going to be online? Is Rafia online? Please, those managing the system, kindly check the participants. So the last presentation is enabling conditions for scaling nature-based solution for urban climate resilience. And that's what Rafia 2 will be presenting on. So we have 1 in person and the other 3, 1 is supposed to be online and we don't know where the other 2 are. So kindly, Christian. So we have Christian and then Rafiu, who is here? So Rafiu, please take the stage. The online is ready? Okay. So please, Mohammed, can you kindly begin your presentation? 5 minutes. Just tell us what your research was about or is about. 5 minutes, and then who is taking the time, please? Timekeeper. You're the one. Please unmute and start speaking. Kindly unmute.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk about tea industry from India and Bangladesh. I have been a consultant for now 46 years, and I would like to share what is happening in our part of the world. I must thank Dr. Amos, who have been my classmate in ITC in 2007 and 9, and he very dearly used to call me Daddy. And he has selected a very well-deserved praise for the igniting the young minds in this forum. Basically, today I am 9,938 kilometers away. And but today's technology, the world is making it very small. To tell you about Indian tea industry, the production in 2025 is 1370 million kgs, which is 20% of the world production. And the export is value is to
Hello.
the tune of.
Mohammed, please, are you presenting from your PowerPoint? Can you share your slides if it's
No,
available?
I am doing a extempore from my abstract.
Okay.
And
Thank
the
you.
paper, I would request the committee to share my papers with all the delegates, if possible.
Can we get the papers? Please go ahead. So kindly listen.
So the export is from India is 280 million kgs, and the value stands at 1.4 billion US dollars. And in India, we are the largest consumer. So the people of Ghana hasn't had the opportunity to try very much Indian tea. I hope they will. I shared this in this platform from Asia and especially India and Bangladesh, the tea plantations I have been supporting with the technology and best of interest so the sustainability stays for the crop production. The basic problem is there's a change in rainfall pattern, which is over 2,000 millimeters. And this shift is leading to waterlogging and drought. Since my paper will be available for your reference, which is a practical concept paper, what is happening and what is going to be at risk for the tea industry in this part of the world. The problem is heavy silting with the high intensity of rainfall, and the drainage capacity is of the natural system has collapsed, and there are flash floods which harming the farmers, the tea growers, and the food supply chain in greater form. The loss of crop, and there is insurgent in pests and diseases because of the drainage problem. And soil loss is to the tune of 37 metric tons every 3 years. The solution is a real-time prediction, but the data available leading to any solution is not coming. So we have to be AI-based solution on real-time basis. The effect of drainage and flooding in more and more area is being under severe flood and erosion. So as a part of the solution, more research data on GS with catchment area is being carried out, but the flood problem still exists. The land
you have
use
2 minutes to wrap up.
Yeah.
2 minutes to wrap up.
Yeah. And it's more a prediction or more prediction of the land use restructure, and this will try to reduce the problem and bring solution to the tea farmers. And thank you very much for bringing this problem in a global scientific forum and awareness, sharing with the a distinguished group of scientists as Calibrate 2026 and beyond. I trust this kind of interactions which ignite the young minds to find out better solutions and climate resilience solutions, whether you are from Africa, whether from India, we can coordinate and do our best to give a platform for the tea growers and the farmers. Thank you very much. It's a short one.
Thank you. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
Yeah.
Do you have any question for him? Yes.
All right. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, my question is that I just want to know which part of India do you produce high amount of tea, and does the climate play a role in where the tea grows? You know, I live in Rajasthan state, and Rajasthan is very hot, so I don't know whether the climate plays a key role in the tea growth.
Yes, it is. Tea is basically it is a 150-year-old industry, and it is rain-fed. And we are very close to Chinese border in the northeast, and continuity of that land, the Bangladesh tea plantations. So this area is about more than 10,000, 1,900,000 hectares, including Bangladesh. In India's area under production is 619,000 hectares.
All right, thank you. Do you have any other question? Thank you very much, Mohammed Farid, for the presentation. We'll be looking forward for the paper if it can be circulated for just for our knowledge and then understanding. We are taking the second presentation from Rafiu. He's going to present to us again on the smart dehydration fridge, reimaging food preservation for off-grid communities through solar power dehydration. So you have 5 minutes and then 5 minutes for question.
Good afternoon. I'm the person of Abdullah Rafi from the University of Energy and Natural Resource. Today I'll present on the smart dehydrator fridge. So I'll be taking you through introduction to conclusion. Across many African communities, especially rural areas, some of the farmers they do what? Across many African communities, especially rural areas, farmers lose a significant portion of their harvest due to inadequate preservation system and reliability of electricity. Our local farmers work hard for months growing tomatoes or mangoes. When harvest time comes, the crops look great, but because of other farmers is selling the exact same thing at the exact time, the market is flooded. So imagine some areas in Ghana here, some of them will be farming tomatoes at the same time. So because of that, let's say we are 5 people in the community selling tomatoes, and how do you expect us to do what? To preserve the produce for a long period of time so that we'll be able to sell, to get profits for the upcoming years. So this smart dehydrator fridge is to preserve food for a short period of time, so the farmers can wait for the better prices to make money, to sell and make money. The smart dehydration fridge is a solar-powered preservation system designed to reduce food spoilage using dehydration technology instead of conventional refrigerants. The system removes moisture from the food products at a controlled temperature between 45 degrees and 60 degrees, whereby extending their life shelf naturally without relying on harmful chemical refrigerants. Powered entity by solar energy and supported by battery. The system can operate both day and night, including cloudy or rainy conditions. The project combines renewable energy, smart automation, and sustainable materials to create environmentally and friendly, efficient preservation system. So these are the technology that are used to manufacture the smart dehydration fridge. Environmental impact. Reducing greenhouse gases emission by minimizing dependence on fossil fuel, electricity, and reducing food waste. Secondly, the system does not use harmful chemical refrigerants commonly found in traditional refrigerants. That's the fridge that uses electricity. But this, my project, it does not use electricity. It depends on solar panels. So what happened is that, so someone may ask how the project works. So the panels will absorb electricity. So someone may ask, but when the panels absorb a lot of electricity, where will the remaining of the energy go? So that's the reason why the battery is there. So the battery is to store power, so that in case it's cloudy or the sun is not shining, the fridge can take the energy from the battery. One innovation contributing to 4 sustainable development goals by the United Nations. So this my project is contribute to the sustainable development goal contribution. 0 hunger, affordable and clean energy, responsible consumption and production, and 13, climate action. So scalability. The materials are affordable, and as we talk in Ghana here, some communities they lack electricity. So when they are able to get this project or the project, that means they will be able to preserve food within a shorter time to sell it at the exact price they want to sell. In conclusion, climate change requires solutions that are not only innovative but practical, scalable, and inclusive. The smart dehydration fridge represents how Africa's talent and enterprise can lead climate action through sustainable technology that protects both livelihood and the environment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have some questions? All right, the second mic. Let's take 2 questions. You respond, and if there are more.
Thank you so much for your presentation. But from the look of things, it's like You made mention of a smart refrigerator system. And you have not said anything about it. We don't know how the thing will function, how it is designed. And you are mentioning a solar panel, whether you will develop the solar panel from some kind of innovation and technology that you have acquired from your studies. So if you could explain further how the system will work and whether you will design the solar panel with the batteries you are talking about to let the system function. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any second question? All right. So we are interested in the fridge. What is it about?
Okay, so some of the technology uses, that's the SP32 microcontroller. Okay, so it's to preserve fruits, some fruits and crops. Yes, I've done. You've modeled it, everything? No, I've not modeled it yet. Yes.
So the intention, will you be providing the solar panels? How is it going to work?
Yeah, I'll get the panels, then I'll do the connection, the battery too, I'll buy it.
And may I know
And you see, where I'm coming from is good for you because this is a learning environment. And if you mention how you develop this particular refrigerator, maybe people will have some kind of knowledge to support the work. But if you say you are still intending to develop it, I don't know. Because you mentioned solar panel, you mentioned cells, battery. Are you developing the batteries yourself? Are you developing the solar panels yourself? Even the fridge, you didn't tell us how it will be modeled, what materials will be used. Maybe the development of the fridge might even cause a lot of climate problems so that people can help you solve those problems.
Just take notes. These are comments for you as you are developing the project, then you know how to go. My comment would be, as you are modeling this, it's supposed to be used by the rural people, as you said. And the cost component is very important for you to let us know the cost component, because the initial cost for solar is high, but afterwards it's okay. So if a rural person is going to get access to the fridge, how does the fridge even look like? Does it look like the normal fridges that we are thinking? So it's important for you to make it very concise and straight to the point, and people understand it. It's a good research area and innovation that is coming up, and it will be good if you work with the teams to get this going. Yes, Doc, and then.
Some of the technologies I've been mentioned. I summarized them too because of time factor.
Last question at the back. Okay, okay, you are holding the mic. You are having a lot of questions. Okay, then you have a question. So let him ask in case you can help him. So you take the last question. This is the last question.
Yes.
And then you have a lawyer to be.
Yeah. Let me add my question before the lawyer comes in. Yeah, you are talking about dehydration, and like my mind is, we are talking about food that when you use the refrigerator, they would rather lose some amount of moisture. But here you are talking about vegetables, or you are talking about dry food like corn. Corn that is not well dried. Is that what the farmer is going to store in the refrigerator so that it will lose more water? Or you are talking about keeping perishable vegetables like tomatoes or cocoyam, contemporary cocoyam leaves. So if you are keeping that one, is it dehydration or it will absorb moisture? your fridge, how is it going to work? Is
All
it
right.
to absorb moisture or to lose moisture? Thank you.
Yeah, so
Let him talk now.
So he will respond and you will end.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
okay, so let's take tomatoes for instance. It's going to absorb 45 degree to 60% of the water to be able to preserve it for some time.
As before you finish, you need to take into consideration the type of perishable food or fruits that your innovation is going to take note. Don't only look at the academic requirements. Look beyond the academics so that it can be used by industry. And if you get out there to the industry, they'll be asking you all the type of food and fruits that would be used. What will be the cost? What will be the replicability of it from your place to another place? There are a lot of technical things that you need to look beyond that. Yes.
Okay.
Council.
All right. I think what he's trying to say is, with the fridge that you are working on, it's supposed to be able to, should I use the word pressurize or, keep your product in a way that it can be preserved for a longer period, right? So I'm from a computer engineering background, and with some of the components that you mentioned, for instance, the ESP32 microcontroller and the rest, I would say it's not necessarily ideal for a project like this. And with the use of solar panels and all those things, sometimes there are some emissions that could even contaminate the food that you use in the, how do I put it, the fridge. So when you are looking at having a project of this sort, first of all, you are talking about climate, so you need to look at the, eco-friendliness of what you are working on, okay, and the overall sustainability of it. Also, in this side of the world, they mentioned a factor about affordability. You cannot go and use a solar panel for a fridge. Your fridge, are not keeping it outside. You definitely keep it inside, and there's no sun inside. You understand? When you keep it outside too, so certain things you need to attach some kind of logic to it, and you use that. It's not just what you put on paper, but the practicality of it is equally important. So see me after the presentation and let's talk, okay?
All right, thank you. So you have a collaborator. Please let's clap hands for Rafiu. And I think the team that can support him, this is a very good idea. And it needs to be conceived with all the elements that will help it for scalability. Let's not forget that's our team. How do we scale our innovations? The last presentation for this session is from Christian. So Christian, please. He will be presenting on the interactive web. Am I right? Is that what you're presenting on? Yes, the interactive web platform for groundwater vulnerability mapping, integrating Hydra and cloud-based geospatial processing. Please, thank you, Pat. Thank you, Pat. I hope it's 5 minutes.
Good evening. Please, my name is Christian Amponzen. I'm presenting on the Hydra groundwater vulnerability portal. So, to begin with the introduction, Hydra is a cloud-powered web-based groundwater vulnerability assessment platform, and it's built on Google Earth Engine, leveraging remote sensing, GIS analytics, and open source geospatial datasets. And the key differentiator between other portals is, with this one, is accessible directly in a web browser with no software installation needed. This means governments, researchers, NGOs, and urban planners and universities worldwide can perform sophisticated groundwater vulnerability assessments without any software. So moving on to the scientific methodology. The science behind the FRDI is robust and well established. We use the weighted linear combination approach, a proven multi-criteria decision analysis method. The system integrates 5 key hydrological parameters, 4 key hydrological parameters, which is flow accumulation, which determines water convergence patterns, slope, which affects runoff and infiltration, land use and land cover, which impacts recharge and contamination potential. So moving on to how the website works. So it's designed to be remarkably simple. So on your, I think after this one, I'll take you to the website so we know how it's been done. So you find your study area by drawing a boundary on a map or uploading an existing shape file. Then you configure your parameters. Then you just click on run analysis. Then it just gives you your vulnerability map. So I would like to take you to the website so we know what we are talking about. Please, can any of the guys help me here? Okay, the control plus B. Control plus B. At the camera. All right, so this is our portal. So this how you are going to go about your vulnerability, groundwater vulnerability assessment. And with this one, it's so simple that whatever that you see here, you know what you are like, you know what you are clicking, you know what you are doing, and all that. So when it comes to about, it talks about the portal, how it works, and all that, and the instructions, what to do next, and all that. And we have a publication section where you find published papers relating to the groundwater vulnerability. So I would like to move on to how the vulnerability assessment is being done. So you go to get started. Then when you come to get started, we have 2 options: whether you draw a polygon or you upload a shape file. So let's say I upload a shape, I choose to upload a shape file. I just click on the upload. Then I select a zip file of any shape file of my choice. So I would like to go with a voter basin. So at first, when you are working on a vulnerability map for a certain or a specific area, it takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of hard work to be able to do this. Because I remember when I was doing my final year project, it took me months. It got to a time I was even crying because I didn't know what to do. But with this one, it has made it so simple that the moment you upload your shape file, it just generates your vulnerability map for you. And also, I think because of my internet connection is poor, that's why. So, and also it gives you a vulnerability area summary, the area which has low vulnerability, which has high vulnerability, very high, moderate, and all that. Then it also gives you a class distribution bar chart. Then also you can download your vulnerability map as a raster data, and also download well-structured reports regarding your study area and the vulnerability map. And yes, and with the parameters too, you can also download the parameters also. So I would like to show you some of the parameters that was used for the vulnerability assessment. So this is a land use land cover. This is how the land use land cover for the voter basin looks like. Yes. So without wasting my time, I would like to end here in case there's anyone who would like to know more about our website. Yes, then you ask any question. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Please let's clap for him. Do we have any clarification, questions, and comments for him? Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to know, is the website openly accessible to everyone?
Yes, please.
And is it free?
Yes, please. Okay. Yes, free. Yes, please.
Innovation Maybe it's for testing. Yes, please.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Please, I observe that you have used weighted linear combination approach. Is there any, can it also, let me say, accommodate any other type of multi-criteria decision analysis? Maybe like the AHP or the analytical network process that accommodate uncertainties and other
okay, thank you for that question.
Interdependencies.
Okay, so we were mainly focusing on the F-Hydra model, which was made by Professor Kaboba and his team. So this website is doing a vulnerability assessment based on just the F-Hydra model. Yes, but it doesn't mean that you can work with the AHP and the other models. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
All right, Christian, thank you for your presentation. My question is simple. How do we access the website?
Oh, sorry. I think I didn't get there because of time. I have the link, and you can scan this code just to get access to the link. Yes.
Yeah, I think I saw something like underground pollution. So if you want to determine whether at a mining area, a particular underground water body, you want to determine the water below it is polluted, can you easily use the software you are talking about, so that if I take you to anywhere they are doing mining with?
That was okay.
Yes.
That's the main purpose for the websites. That's what it's going to do. Going to check how vulnerable our groundwaters are. So let's say with like a mining sector and a mining area, you want to check the groundwater vulnerability. You just draw a polygon, or if you have the shapefile for that mining area, you just upload it. It will just give it to you, just like that.
Can just tell you that this particular spot is polluted?
Yes, please.
And can you also give you the pollutant?
Pardon? Oh no, like it doesn't.
Or just give you the area that is polluted?
Yes, it just shows this place is highly vulnerable. This place is moderately vulnerable. That's what it does. Yeah.
Okay, Doug. I will ask the last question.
Yes. So let me add to what he is presenting. So basically what happened is that he's using different parameters, right? And with the different parameters, each of the parameter is having classes, right? And based on those classes, that is where the multi-criteria decision or analysis will come in. Then you assign parameters. If you have a land use land cover map, whereby you have illegal mining activities in that area, right? So definitely you are going to assign a higher value to that parameter where you have more degraded or illegal mining activities going on, right? So that will add to other parameters to determine whether that place is vulnerable. You understand? So what he's presenting, he has simplified everything into this. So you just click. But if you want to do it the manual way, you can take, like he said, his project where he was crying, you can take a year and you probably will not get a result because you might be signing wrong values during your multi-criteria decision making. So he has simplified everything. But if you are to sit down and do this 1 year, you might not get the results. Depending on the type of parameters you'll be using.
Okay, very well. I missed the beginning of your presentation. Maybe, I don't know, because I missed it. You should have defined what the vulnerability is. What is that vulnerability? You know, it's a huge word.
Yes.
So if we know what is that definition of that vulnerability, because the map you showed, you're not talking about land use, land change. Is that the vulnerability?
No, please.
Well, that's one. And then my second issue has to do with you've shown the shapefile for the Volta Basin.
Yeah.
So do I take it that the app can access all or can look at the vulnerability for all water basins? No, basins, no water basins within maybe Africa or West Africa.
I think when we started with this project, my supervisor, Professor Kawoba, made us work on that. We tried all the basins in the world, and we can assure you that they all work.
All the basins?
Yes, please.
Super.
Yes.
Super. Thank you.
I think that usually the students, he is more like the term student on this work. So when he's talking about it, sometimes the student, they will not talk the practicality, the challenges, the time it has taken. This work has taken almost all my professional life since I started as a lecturer. In fact, as a PhD student, that was when I started. Then I joined, I was with Dr. Bieta, we did some groundwater, a lot of things on latrines and what have you. Now, to give you the genesis, this model was as a result of a challenge I faced when I was applying a US-based model, which is called Drastic. So Drastic was the first model in 1969, which was established as the indirect way to check the potential of groundwater pollution. Let me put it that way. It's the potential, because the groundwater, we cannot, we don't go inside there to see now. So it's more like the potential to a possibility that if you drill, especially the fact that in Ghana and Nigeria, we drill a lot of boreholes. We can't rely on our national water supply and things. So if somebody is on the high hill and you are on the low side, and you have your borehole on the low side, somebody has a latrine or what at the high end, depending on the geology and the technical term, the hydraulic conductivity of your soil or rock structure or what have you, there's a tendency. Now, one biggest challenge of this work, which we have not overcome yet, I had one PhD on it, but we have found some numerical model, but we are not yet there yet. It's still a work in progress. Is the fact that when our drillers go and drill the borehole, they don't do pumping test, because the pumping test is the one that is supposed to give us those parameters that will be able to know our water table, how is it, and what have you. We don't have all of that. So it's been based on a lot of different bits and pieces which we've gathered, in fact, from Afghan Plains, because there was also work on this we did in Afghan Plains, in central region to the whole of central region. Then we've also have tried to take some places in East Africa where we have some data to try to validate. So what you are seeing here is work in progress, and we would like most of you to try it, let your students try, and if you are collecting some groundwater, just try it. Tomorrow too, there will be another presentation whereby we are looking at a very bigger level of trying to look at Africa and the possibility that you can just draw any let me call it any line across anywhere in Africa, and depending on the thing you are looking for, whether it's flooding or what, it should be able to get into whatever we have and come out with some kind of a report that helps us to know where is the next steps. So I hope tomorrow will be more, there will be more to talk about. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Christian. Maybe, would this be a question, maybe for food for thoughts? As a practitioner, I was just on a project that is a UK-sponsored project in the Upper East region looking at resilience and water security. And groundwater was one of the factors that they were testing with WRC, the Water Resources Commission. And there was an instrument, I think it came outside Ghana, for them to test the groundwater quality and also whether the groundwater access will be enough for use, especially in the Upper East region. Earlier on, we heard of the dry spells and all that. So it will be important to know whether the connection with your methodology or this particular innovation, whether it will work well with that system. Sometimes practitioners really need to get these simple ways of measuring and testing to know, because that area is vulnerable. And groundwater access in Ghana, generally, even the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources is currently undertaking a groundwater study within the White Volta Basin, along that whole basin, to see whether we really will have water, because there will be water stress. Ghana is getting to a water stress state. So it's important we do the connection from this research, though it's for academic, to practice. I'm speaking because we engage ministry a lot on this. So the groundwater, whether this tool, it will just give a general vulnerability assessment or actual vulnerability groundwater assessment.
The answer is the following: yes and no. The yes being that, for example, the data you said somebody came from with the instruments. So for example, we know by the geology, the Upper East has a certain geological formation. So you are able to tell the kind of aquifers that are there. But the challenge has been that nobody is collecting groundwater data. This is the first big challenge. So if that work, they can provide for us, for our team, a little bit of what they are doing. Whatever we are doing here can be reversed to a project to talk about groundwater resilience, uptake, and all of those things. Those things can be done. But as practicing in hydrology and climate change for quite some time now, the North, we have a big challenge. A big challenge in the sense that, you see, we have quite the Black Volta, the OT, and the white one, all of them draining to feed into Akosombo and what have you. Now, unfortunately, in terms of policy, in the North, we do a lot of charcoal production, which when you do, in fact, there was one student who also did some work. When you look at our charcoal production, in fact, used in the North, is less than what we bring to the South. Now, unfortunately for us, we have destroyed the whole northern sector now. The trees are not there. Even shea trees, we are cutting them. Now, the challenge we have also seen, I think those of you who were there in the morning, you see that, especially from Upper East to Upper West, our temperature is increasing more than 1.2 degrees Celsius now. And this is a challenge, which also means that when it rains, within short time, all the water goes. So now when the water, which is supposed, the rain is supposed to recharge your groundwater, is evaporating back. The trees that are supposed to serve as a buffer to reduce, they are not also there. It means that the little groundwater you have under there, and you are just pumping, it means that it will not be there. That is why, as you might also see with your practice, World Bank, all several NGOs were drilling a lot of boreholes, but in a short time, they are all like, they are dried up. So that is the challenge so it means if the country was willing and with the resources, we have to deliberately start to think about recharging the groundwater. Because that is what some countries are doing. So that could be a project that can be taken by one donor, because we have to manually recharge the groundwater in the North. Else, we may find a challenge of going all the way to the Volta Lake and drawing water from there and pumping back, which is not an easy technology and it's expensive.
All right. Thank you. I'll link you up to the country director of Water Aid.
Thank you very much.
Because it's a running project. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for joining us for today's session. All too soon we've come to the end of today's session. I'd like to thank all protocols for being here and everyone. So I think we can give ourselves a clap. It's been a long day. Okay, and the session continues tomorrow as well, God willing. So I'd like to see all of you join us again for tomorrow's session. Do have a wonderful day. Okay, so Prof would give us a word.
Because when we look at all of us, including myself, we are all not from Accra. Today, there were a lot of challenges. Some of us went to the Peace Center instead of the ICT Center. Now, number 2, tomorrow we are having quite a lot of workshops tomorrow. And there are some high-level people who will be joining online tomorrow. So our timing tomorrow is very critical for us. In fact, there are also some new presentations from the professors and doctors here who, at least tomorrow, we expect you will be giving some keynote of our work, which means tomorrow we don't have time. So we will plead with you that make sure you live wherever you are staying. If you are not staying 1 kilometer from here, that you live wherever you are, at least 6 a.m., so that at least by 7:38 you are here, so that we can start on time. Because some of them are going to join online from different countries. You see, somebody was struggling to speak because in his country he was sleeping. In India already they were trying to sleep. So on that note, I give back to you to conclude.
Oh, okay. Okay. So yes, we've come to the end of today's session, and as Prof rightly said, the sessions would continue tomorrow, God willing, and would also love to have everyone here present again to join us throughout the Calibrate sessions. Thank you. Okay, so I'll take the closing prayer as well. So shall we pray, please? Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We are grateful that we've come to an end of such a successful calibration conference. We pray that you lead us even as we go home and rest, and we'll be here tomorrow also to continue with the sessions. There's so many other things we asked in Jesus' name. Amen.